Yo legends! Welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in, because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer: I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note: I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Naruto: The Bonds of Team 7. Page 160. The Six Paths Sage of the Ninja World reminded. Can't you be a little quieter? I think your majesty has his own opinion on who will be the opponent. Imperial Ninji said the last sentence. Everyone looked towards the thousand-handed celestial being. Be quiet and watch this battle carefully, Senju Tianren said calmly. His eyes did not turn to the crowd, but still stared at Otsutsuki, Ishiki, Naruto, and Sasuke. Others could only shut their mouths with a little regret. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation. The earth exploded more thoroughly than before. Ishiki Otsutsuki instantly appeared in front of Sasuke and Boruto, and then with a sweep of the leg, he blasted Sasuke inside the complete form of Susanoo away, and the entire complete form of Susanoo collapsed. Hateful. In Boruto, Naruto screams and drives the Gundam in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He uses his 4 limbs and 9 tails to attack Otsutsuki Ishiki. Unfortunately, this kind of attack is nothing but child's play for the current Otsutsuki Ishiki. His eyes flashed, and he disappeared in front of Boruto. Naruto then appeared above Boruto. Naruto's head, kicked down with one kick, kicked Boruto Naruto out of the 9 tails head, and his body hit the ground straight. In Boruto, the moment Naruto collided with the earth, it was like a meteorite falling. The strong impact instantly destroyed the trees for several kilometers around. The Konoha ninjas all used earth escape and retreated again. Ishiki Otsutsuki looked at Naruto in the smoke and dust, swung his right arm, and a bunch of black gangs stabbed down, nailing Naruto to the ground again. In the blink of an eye, the outcome seemed to have been decided. The Konoha ninja saw this from afar and felt extremely disappointed. No, this is bad. This Otsutsuki is so strong. It's totally incomparable to Urashiki and Momoshiki. 7th Hokage, is Uchiha Sasuke really okay? They've been defeated. Kakashi. I have to get going. Boruto Kai pushes Boruto Kakashi away. Be prepared to continue burning your youth and passion. As a result, at this time call out. A figure appeared out of nowhere, and Sasuke, covered in wounds, struggled to get up. Another figure appeared in front of Naruto, who was nailed to the ground. The 2 figures, one with one hand on waist, the other with arms across the chest. Looking at the 2 figures, the one in front of Sasuke in Boruto, Kawaki and Boruto exclaimed, "It's you." Kawaki, Boruto know this person? The Konoha ninja was surprised. In the sky, Otsutsuki Ishiki was also looking at the 2 figures with some surprise. You too, do you want to be my enemy? You are just lowly ants. I have other things to do now. If you run away now, I might be able to spare your life. Otsutsuki Ishiki said this and turned his gaze to Kawaki. It's you. Thank you. At this time, Naruto and Boruto also noticed the figure of Imperial Sasuke and couldn't help but smile. Naruto, do you know these 2 guys? In Boruto, Sasuke didn't recognize the other person and said in a somewhat strange way, "The person in front of you is the one who defeated Ryuta and stopped Kawaki from going berserk." Boruto. Naruto said, "Really? Looks like he's one of us now." Boruto. Sasuke feels a little relieved, but our opponent this time is unusual. I think the 4 of us must work together. Boruto. Sasuke said immediately, and stood up with difficulty, trying to stand next to Imperial Sasuke. Join forces? No need. I am enough to deal with this level of enemy by myself. Just watch carefully, you weak and useless fellow. Imperial Sasuke finished speaking. Boruto. Sasuke still wants to refute. The result is the next moment. A beam of light shot up into the sky, burst out from Imperial Sasuke's body. Under this terrible force, the earth cracked apart bit by bit. Imperial Sasuke's disguised appearance was distorted, revealing his original appearance. You are Colonel Brother. How come you appear in our world? This shouldn't happen. Boruto shouted. In Boruto, Sasuke showed a look of disbelief in his eyes. Humph. How did it appear? Of course it was through the plow. Do you really think the Empire will just leave such a great thing alone? Naive, stupid fools. Imperial Sasuke said with disdain. This made Sasuke's expression gloomy. Boruto, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise, Great, Colonel, you're here. So the other one couldn't it be? Boruto's voice was trembling. Ha ha ha. It's me, Boruto-chan. Imperial Naruto laughed wildly, his body twisted, revealing his original posture. Ah, it's Brother Dai Naru. Konoha is saved now. This Otsutsuki is dead. When Boruto saw Imperial Naruto, he clenched his fists and roared with excitement. Kawaki looked at Sasuke and Naruto, a little confused about the situation. Boruto, what's going on? Explain it to me. These two are Naruto and Sasuke from another world. They are extremely powerful. A guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki we met before was easily defeated by Da Ming. Da Ming's strength is definitely the strongest I have ever seen. With him, we will definitely win. Boruto yelled. Defeated Otsutsuki? But in another world. What does that mean? Kawaki couldn't understand. It's not just him who doesn't understand. Even the Konoha ninjas couldn't understand it. That's Sasuke, right? Why are there two Sasukes? The other one looks a bit like Naruto. How did this guy become a father? And he was a father when he was young. What is going on? Sarada from the Ninja Alliance was also stunned. Sasuke so young. Uchiha Sakura from the coalition had nostalgia in her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands above the sky. Otsutsuki Ishiki frowned. Naruto and Sasuke from another world came to this world through the plow. This is not right. Parallel universes and different entities in different timelines cannot possibly have such a huge gap. You guys, what are you trying to do to me? Humph, no matter what, since you dare to stand in front of me, then go to hell. Otsutsuki Ishiki said. Just prepare to launch an attack. Simultaneously, Imperial Sasuke, who had been paying attention to him, raised his lips. Hey, you kidney-deficient guy, watch out. Susanoo, this is how you use it. After he finished speaking, he raised his right index and middle fingers. Full form of the celestial art Susanoo. Six-armed Indra mode. Drink. Boom. An even more violent energy beam shot up into the sky, blowing away all the clouds within 100 kilometers around it, revealing a strong ultraviolet light. Simultaneously, an extremely strong purple energy began to condense on Imperial Sasuke's body. A purple giant began to expand wildly. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. The giant didn't stop until it expanded to a size of 1,000 meters. Then the giant put on armor and grew 6 arms. Each arm held a knife, a spear, a sword, a halberd, a bow, and a whip. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you really like using Susanoo. In that case, I'll accompany you. Drink. True Kai Senjutsu would release. Sheer a giant god. Imperial Naruto clasped his hands together and roared as well. The true energy and chakra in his body rushed into the sky. The earth cracked, and huge wooden sticks broke out of the ground and wrapped around Imperial Naruto, causing his body to continue to expand. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. The 1,000-meter tall wooden statue of a giant has 1,000 arms, making the giant's stature even taller. 2 terrifying giants stood on the earth, like gods from the divine world. Just looking at them made people feel fear and awe. The Konoha ninjas opened their mouths wide. What on earth is this? Why is it so huge? Is this god? Susanoo of this level actually exists. Kakashi, who had driven a Gundam during World War Roman IV, was shocked. Is the seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, from another world so strong? Naruto and Sasuke from another world so amazing, Uchiha Sakura whispered, while silently mourning for herself in another world. At that time, she should have wanted to catch up with the two of them, right? But can two people of this level really catch up? I'm afraid it's impossible. This is no longer within the scope of human beings. So strong, my dad in the other world is so strong. With this kind of strength, he can definitely defeat that Otsutsuki, right? Sarada clenched her fists. Orochimaru, who appeared at some point in Boruto, also had his pupils contracted. Page 161. It's really perfect power. How did Naruto and Sasuke in another world achieve this level? Is it because of the real energy? So strong. Too strong. Everyone saw it, right? This is the power of Brother Dai Naruto and Brother Dai Zuo. With them around, we will not lose. Boruto raised his right arm excitedly and shouted at everyone in Konoha. This is really human power? Unbelievable. Kawaki was completely dumbfounded. He compared the strength of the members of the Kara organization and actually called the inner circle members monsters. This thinking about it now, it's really shameful. Inner circle member monster? No, 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 compared to these two real monsters, they are probably just little mice, right? In Boruto, Naruto, and Sasuke were also dumbfounded. What a terrifying power! Even my former thunder god Susanoo is inferior to this level. Sasuke whispers in Boruto. It's really scary. The power of the old man Liu Dao may not be as strong as these two guys. How can you from another world have such power? This is unbelievable. In Boruto, inside Naruto's body, the Nine Tails stared with its fox mouth open. Ah, indeed, it's too exaggerated, but in this case, it's not bad. At least the two of them should be able to help us get through the current difficulties. Boruto Naruto smiled and said, You two guys. Otsutsuki Ishiki's mouth twitched. Hey, noble Otsutsuki-sama, you must be very happy to have bullied those two weak guys just now, right? Defeated the complete form of Susanoo and the Nine Tails. Now how about you try to defeat my complete form immortal technique Susanoo, six-armed Indra? Imperial Sasuke had an amused look on his face. Ha 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 ha. Here we go. Sasuke. The giant wooden giant opened his mouth and emitted the resonant voice of Imperial Naruto. You don't need to remind me, Imperial Sasuke said with disdain. The complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo, six-armed Indra's six arms danced together. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, and whips all bombarded Otsutsuki Ishiki. He was sweating profusely and didn't dare to take it head-on, so he quickly dodged. 6 weapons brushed past his body. The strong hurricane blew him back hundreds of meters, and terrifying air blades shot out in the same direction. The trees and mountains hundreds of kilometers ahead were instantly turned into powder, and even a huge ditch appeared on the spot, leading to the nearby ocean. Seawater began to pour in. It's not over yet. Otsutsuki. As Imperial Sasuke shouted, the last arrow was shot out. These arrows were hundreds of meters long and tens of meters thick. Like space-based weapons, they were shot out, and layers of sonic boom clouds exploded one after another. Hateful. He cursed. He shrank his body and dangerously dodged the attack. The arrow fell to the ground. It was like a nuclear weapon being detonated. The huge mushroom cloud, accompanied by a strong impact, overturned the trees and the ground within dozens of kilometers around. The impact spreads layer by layer. Everything that stands in the way of the impact is being destroyed. Seeing the impact getting closer, a group of Konoha ninjas couldn't help but show fear. It's all over. A battle of this level is not something we can watch. How could it be? Could it be that we will die like this in the end? Damn it. I won't accept this. Even if I die at the hands of the enemy, it's much better than dying in such a cowardly way. 143. What happened in chapter 142? Is this the limit of the Otsutsuki's power? 143. Sasuke. In Boruto, Naruto saw that the situation was not good and shouted immediately what? In Boruto, Sasuke responded. The two of them instantly appeared in front of all the Konoha ninjas and the village. The Nine Tails Gundam and Susanoo Gundam were activated to block the shock wave. Rumble. The horrifying explosion echoed in the ears of the Konoha ninjas in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, almost piercing their eardrums. They thought the explosions were almost over. But unexpectedly, all this was just the beginning. Boom. 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 The same violent roar as before rang out one after another. The earth shook again and again. All the Konoha ninjas had no idea of the specific situation of the battle. Even if there were brave enough ones standing at the edge of the two Gundams and wanting to see the battle in the center, their view was blocked by endless dust, flying dirt, rubble, and trees. The only ones who can see the battle are Naruto and Sasuke from Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. They drove the Gundam to block the attack. I saw Naruto and Sasuke with their arms folded across their chests. Each of the 1,000-meter giants struck down one after another, causing the earth to shake violently while forcing Yishi to jump up and down like a flea, becoming extremely dangerous. We in the other world are so ridiculously strong. Boruto Naruto, while resisting the impact, looked at the battle in a daze and murmured, "This is even stronger than I expected. Even if it's just one of them, it might not be inferior to Kaguya Otsutsuki back then." These two monsters in Boruto, Sasuke was also a little dumbfounded. Could this be a human? Are you sure it's not an Otsutsuki in human skin? Damn it! You bunch of ants. Ishiki Otsutsuki, who had been beaten and dodging back and forth, was extremely angry and frustrated. As a higher-ranking Otsutsuki, when had he ever suffered such injustice? Even Kaguya before had to rely on a sneak attack to defeat him. But what about now? He has returned to his prime, but he is still being beaten, and the ones who are beating him are two inferior creatures. What a joke! Otsutsuki Ishiki widened his eyes. Above the sky, one huge black cube after another fell, hitting Naruto, Sasuke, and the surroundings. Boom. 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 Each of these blocks is more than 10 meters long, wide, and high, which is extremely large compared to humans. Moreover, it is unknown what material they are made of, and their weight is also extremely heavy. Under the acceleration of gravity, every piece of it could cause the ground within a radius of 100 meters to collapse. Like meteorites. Such a powerful block, when it hit the giant wooden man and the giant Susanoo, was like a grain of dust without causing any ripples. What's wrong? Is this the limit of the Otsutsuki's power? Don't you call yourselves gods and advanced creatures? Use all your strength to defeat us. Imperial Sasuke shouted arrogantly. The power of the Otsutsuki shouldn't be like this. Use all your strength. Imperial Naruto also shouted. Damn ants! Otsutsuki Ishiki roared. He turned into a stream of light and kept shuttling back and forth, finally arriving at the head of Susanoo, which was 1,000 meters high, and kicked it out. Pen! Exclamation, exclamation. The power of the kick caused the 1,000-meter-long Susanoo to shake, but it did not explode like Sasuke's Susanoo in Boruto. Otsutsuki Ishiki was stunned when he saw this and was distracted for a moment. It was also during this moment that his attention was diverted. Imperial Sasuke showed a mocking smile. Fall. I don't know when. The 1,000-meter-high Susanoo condensed into a pair of arms, crossed its palms into fists, and smashed down heavily at Yishi. Pen! Exclamation, exclamation. The first one fell at an astonishing speed, rubbing against the air. Under the power of the 1,000-meter Susanoo, the earth was like a layer of tofu. It was penetrated layer by layer and continued to fall. The surrounding land was all overturned then. The weapons on the 6,000-meter-long Susanoo arms all bombarded the hole where Ishiki was falling same time. Imperial Naruto's 1,000 armed wooden hands blasted out at the same time. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation, an explosion dozens or hundreds of times more violent than the previous one sounded. A mushroom cloud shot up dozens of kilometers into the sky. The clouds for hundreds of kilometers around were cleared. Sasuke and Naruto, who were originally able to block the impact, finally couldn't hold on in the Gundam they were driving and were blown away by the violent impact. Do not. In Boruto, Naruto's pupils contracted and he let out a roar of extreme fear. Without him and Sasuke's resistance, the Konoha ninjas and the entire Konoha would probably be reduced to ashes under this horrific shockwave. His family, his children, his friends, the people he wanted to protect, were they going to die? Die in this unclear battle? No, no, no. Who will save us? Boruto Naruto roared, call out. Just at this moment, a familiar figure appeared, surrounded by several black jades and holding an immortal's staff. He held the staff and tapped it lightly. The truth-seeking jade opened, and all attacks directed at the Konoha ninjas and the Konoha village were immediately eliminated. Look at this figure. Page 162. In Boruto, Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed, "Six Paths Immortal!" The people of Konoha, who originally saw nothing but dust and trees, finally saw clearly. Seeing the image of the Six Paths Sage, everyone was shocked. But when they heard the call from Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, they were all delighted. Six Paths Sage. The legendary sage has appeared. Great. Now we are saved. With the Six Paths Sage here, that damned Otsutsuki will never be able to turn things around. Eh? By the way, where's that Otsutsuki? Wait, are we still in the original forest now? As some of the Konoha ninjas were talking, they finally noticed the changes on the battlefield. All around me, the endless forest had long disappeared. There was bare land all around, stretching as far as the eye could see. The place where they and the Leaf Village were located was still intact, but the surrounding area was like a sinkhole. Compared to their location, at least 1,000 meters had been cut off. What a horrific aftermath of a battle. Surprisingly, it caused irreversible damage to the entire landscape. Even when Naruto and Sasuke were fighting against Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya, the earth had never been harmed like this. Terrible. Everyone, just stay behind me. No one will hurt you. This Otsutsuki will be dealt with by my partner. The peaceful voice of the Six Paths Sage of the ninja world rang out. It made everyone in Konoha, as well as Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, feel inexplicably at ease. But the Six Paths Sage actually mentioned his companions? Who are his companions? Could it be them from another world? This shouldn't be possible no matter how strange the other world is. They are not from the same era or level as the Six Paths Sage. No, the same level. They in the other world are not necessarily weaker than the Six Paths Sage. Scary. Has their martial arts become this powerful? It was surprising that the two of them could rival a powerful being like the Six Paths Sage. Is this what it means for a mortal to be comparable to a god? 10 kilometers deep underground, completely buried in the earth, Yashiki was covered in wounds, with almost half of his body missing. He could only rely on his own immortality to slowly recover. He was breathing heavily, his eyes full of anger and a hint of fear. Those two guys, how could they possibly possess such power? Actually be able to rival a noble Otsutsuki like me? This shouldn't be possible. This shouldn't be possible. It is impossible for a mortal to possess this kind of power. This is absolutely true. So why is this happening? By the way, I seem to have heard before that they are from another world. Could it be that they were also created by that bastard Yamato from another world using the remains of God? Ishiki thought of some cyborgs in the Kara organization who were created by Yamato using the remains of the Otsutsuki god, Otsutsuki Shibai, but were destroyed by him because they were too powerful. Among those cyborgs, some have inherited a portion of God's power and possess power far beyond that of his time, even rivaling or surpassing his own power. This made him very afraid, so he destroyed it. Unexpectedly. Nothing unexpected happened in my world. After being transformed by Yamato and fused with the power of God, people from another world actually came to this world to deal with him. Where is my original self? Has he been killed? Damn it. Damn it, Yamato. If it weren't for you, my power would have been invincible. Damn it now, I have to return to the base and let Yamato remove the seal on Code's power. I can work together with him and maybe we can defeat these two bastards. Oh yeah, there are also Ada and Demon. The fool Boron was bewitched by Ada's ability and thought he could hide it from me. But at this moment, Barrow's stupid behavior can be considered as helping me. As long as we get the help of these two people, there is absolutely no way I will fail. At the same time, I can also take Kawaki back. There is still enough time. I don't need to be so anxious. Yoshiki thought about it and gradually calmed down. He was underground and had no intention of returning to the surface. He just kept moving underground, hoping to return to the Shell organization and awaken the strongest cyborg ground. It seemed that Otsutsuki Ishiki never showed up. Naruto and Sasuke were a little surprised. This Otsutsuki, he wouldn't be beaten to death just like that, right? No way. I haven't even used my full strength yet. I really had my expectations in vain. It seems that the Otsutsuki have only been able to do this so far. The people of Konoha looked at the empty land and thought that Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had not appeared for a long time, might have been killed until another figure flew high into the sky. Look at this figure. In Boruto, Naruto couldn't help but shout, "Hinata." No. It should be Sister Hinata from another world. Boruto shouted. Why is he from another world again? Kawaki's eyelids were twitching, and he felt that the world around him was a little chaotic. The other Konoha ninjas were also very puzzled. Until the Empire, Hinata's body was burning with white light and white spheres appeared behind her. The dusty memories of some people are opened. This is Samsara I Chakra mode. Is it the same power as that person called Otsutsuki Tonri? Hinata from another world, why does she have this kind of power? What does she want to do? Hey, Hinata, what do you want to do? Imperial Sasuke also asked. Otsutsuki Ishiki is escaping. I have to stop him. Imperial Hinata responded indifferently. That guy escaped? Imperial Naruto was a little surprised. What cowards, is this the Otsutsuki? It seems they are just that good. As opponents of the Empire, they are not worthy. Imperial Sasuke taunted. That guy is underground now. Is he burrowing into the ground and escaping like a mole? When Imperial Sasuke thought about Otsutsuki Ishiki's way of escape, he felt like laughing. Although it is ridiculous, it is undoubtedly the smartest and most correct. Even with the ability to sense true energy, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to lock onto the opponent. Imperial Naruto said. But unfortunately we have Hinata and the Samsara Eye here. The Byakugan already has a very strong ability to see through things, and the Samsara Eye will only be stronger. Imperial Sasuke shrugged. And that move is indeed very suitable for the current situation. Imperial Naruto finished speaking. Together with Imperial Sasuke, he looked at Imperial Hinata with a little anticipation above the sky. Imperial Hinata raised her right hand high. One after another, the crystal white jades of seeking the truth surrounded, rotated, accelerated, and instantly connected into one. The terrifying chakra and true energy are connected together. Is it Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion? Naruto murmured in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. In his eyes, he couldn't help but recall the battle with Sharon, the horrifying scene where the other party cut off the moon with one blow. However, although this attack looks powerful, it probably won't have any effect on an enemy like the Otsutsuki, right? In Boruto, Naruto is somewhat skeptical. A bright white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. It spread over an unknown number of kilometers. All the Konoha ninjas looked at the scene in horror, and then Hinata of the Empire waved her right hand, heaven-slashing reincarnation explosion. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation slashing under the amazing beam of light. The space vibrated and ripples appeared until they fell to the ground. The bright white beam of light penetrated into the earth without any obstruction, just like inserting tofu. The earth suffered an extreme impact under this high-speed blow. At both ends of the bright white light column, the ground of at least a few kilometers was completely turned into powder. Underground, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was fleeing like a mole, had never expected that he would be attacked again. The body was pierced instantly and then pressed to the ground and rubbed continuously. When he was finally stabbed out from the ground, he was already dying. The surroundings were no longer the forests and lands he was familiar with, but instead covered with icebergs and snow. He seemed to have been hit from the center of the planet to the North Pole. Damn it. These lowly ants actually managed to lock onto me underground. Damn it. Am I going to die here? Clearly I am only one step away from success. I still have many unfulfilled ideals. How can I die here? I clearly want to become the second god. Otsutsuki Kawaki Otsutsuki Ishiki murmured, and Kawaki's figure seemed to appear in front of him. To become a god. It turns out that the Otsutsuki's wish is no different from that of ordinary humans. A voice sounded. A burly figure appeared in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. 144. Chapter 143, The Divine Emperor. Your power comes from Otsutsuki Shibai, right? 144. Who are you? Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help asking. I am Senju Tianren, the Emperor of the Shenwu Empire. Page 163. He is also the superior of the two people who just defeated you. Thousand-handed celestial being. The Emperor of another world. Damn it, you are a lowly human. You obtained the power of our Otsutsuki, but turned it against us. You are as despicable as that traitor Kaguya. God, Demon, Ada. They have also inherited the power of God. They will inherit my will in the future, kill all of you, and plunder all the nutrients on your planet. Ishiki Otsutsuki, who was on the verge of death, showed no fear of the Senju Tento at all, but instead threatened him to his heart's content. Inheriting your will? This should be impossible. Senju Tianren smiled peacefully. What do you mean by that? Come to my empire honestly and be with Yurishiki, the Otsutsuki named Ishiki. Senju Yamato said finally. One hand covered Ishiki's forehead, and pure white true energy was transported into Otsutsuki Ishiki's body. Let the shattered vitality be rekindled. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked up, his eyes full of confusion. Near Konoha village, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata from the Empire fell from the sky one after another. Other people from the Empire and the ninja realm who were hiding and watching the show also gathered together. A group of Konoha ninjas surrounded them immediately. Boruto hugged the sturdy arms of Imperial Naruto, and in midair he shouted, Brother Dai Naru, thank you for saving us, protecting Konoha, and defeating Ishiki. And thank you to my mom in another world. Ah. It should be Sister Hinata. You guys are so cool. So strong. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the other disguised Imperials, and then he stared straight at the disguised ninja world Naruto and said, You should be Xiaoming brother, right? Ha 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 ha. I guessed it. As expected of Boruto, you're so smart. Naruto of the ninja world laughed and revealed his true form. Looking at his figure, which is similar to Naruto in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, but with a younger appearance. Everyone in Konoha was shocked again. How come there is another 7th generation? Naruto. So many Naruto. Hinata felt a little dizzy in Boruto. Naruto Next Generations. There's another Naruto, then you couldn't be it? In Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Sakura cast her gaze towards Ninja World Sasuke, and Ninja World Sasuke's appearance changed accordingly. The prototype appears. It's another Sasuke. Uchiha Sakura looked as if she knew it. Two dads, but why does the young dad despise the old dad? They're obviously the same person. Boruto's Sarada said puzzledly. That piece of trash, is he worthy of being called Uchiha? Is he worthy of having the same name as me? A man in his 30s, with only one arm and a face full of kidney deficiency, can't even handle a mere pushi. Living in an old, dilapidated, and small house in this world is simply shameful. Ninja World, Sasuke said with an unhappy look on his face. It's really bad. Change your name to Haruno Sasuke from now on, so as not to embarrass us. Imperial Sasuke also chimed in at this time, and the gazes of the two were like swords, piercing Boruto Sasuke's heart. I'm really sorry, Boruto. Sasuke said this with a painful look on his face. If it were any other time, he would definitely teach a lesson to the guy who dared to speak to him like that, but he couldn't afford to offend these two people in front of him. The gap in strength is a bit big. The other Konoha people around them also looked extremely awkward when they heard what they said. Our Sasuke is obviously very strong. He is much stronger than all of us and was once the savior. Why do these guys say that? When the people of Konoha thought of this, they looked at the land around them and couldn't help but sigh. Well, if all of you have this ability, you can really think so. Damn, what a huge gap. Hey, little boy, you have good talent. Why don't you follow me and practice with me in the future? At least when you grow up, you won't be as incompetent as this one-armed loser. Ninja World Sasuke looked at Sarada. It made Zuo Liona's mouth twitch. Kyu Daochuchu gently touched Zuo Liona's waist and whispered, "Your dad was so cool and handsome when he was young. Can I pursue him?" What? Zuo Liona, who was already depressed, widened her eyes in shock when she heard this. So did a few of my friends next to me. Dee, are you kidding me? That's my dad. Even if he's from another world. He's still my mom's man from another world. Don't even think about being my mom. Sarada glared at Akimichi Choucho. Huh? That's not certain. Look at Uncle Sasuke in our world and then look at the other worlds. There's a huge gap. It's uncertain who he will marry in the future, right? Uncle Sasuke. Akimichi Choo seemed to be completely unafraid of the power of the imperial people and spoke in a very familiar manner. It made many people break out in cold sweats. Humph. Of course I am different from that one-armed guy. But I'm not interested in women or anything like that, said Ninja World Sasuke. What about this brother? Kimichi Choo looked at Imperial Sasuke again and threw him a wink. Woman, you're so long-winded. Imperial Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Ah, my first love is gone, Kimichi Chouti said sadly, covering her chest. Ha 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 ha. This little girl should be the daughter of the Akimichi family, right? How interesting. Teikoku Kai also revealed his true face and laughed at Akimichi Choucho. Hey, Grandpa Kai from another world. Akimichi Choo shouted at Empire Kai. I see. Boruto Kai looked at Empire Kai and suddenly realized. Kakashi from Boruto also showed a look of enlightenment. The Empire's Neji then revealed his true face, causing the group of Hyuga to look excited. It's just that the Empire's Ninji's attitude towards Hinata is very cold. A group of people gathered together. It was very lively and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone in Boruto also naturally has a liking for the Imperial people from another world. They chatted for a long time. In Boruto, Kakashi said, as the Otsutsuki just now been completely dealt with. Of course your majesty has already taken action personally, so there is no possibility of failure. Imperial Naruto smiled. Your majesty, is that divine martial emperor also the most powerful person in the entire empire? Boruto Kakashi whispered. This made the expressions of the other people in Boruto look a little solemn. It was really hard for them to imagine how terrifying it would be to have a power stronger than that of Naruto and Sasuke. Many people were delighted by this. But some people are a little worried. Although they and everyone in the other world feel very familiar, they are still somewhat different from themselves after all. Who knows what they will do with them? With this uneasy mentality, the people of Konoha continued to test the wishes of the people of the Empire while entertaining them at the same time. Shell Organization Base. Yamato received the message from Master Gyuxin, and the calm man instantly stood up from the table. What? Are you sure this is true? Is Sixian really dead? I'm not sure whether he's dead or not, but he was beaten up and disappeared completely. I just guessed that he might have died. The voice of Mr. Gyuxin came from the other end. Was he defeated by Naruto and Sasuke? According to the prediction, the two of them shouldn't have that kind of strength now, Yamato said. He was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, but it was a little different from what we imagined. He was not defeated by the Naruto and Sasuke of our world, but by those of another world. Mr. Gyuxin said. Another world. A parallel world. Could it be Naruto and Sasuke from the future world? Yamato said. No, it was more than 10 years ago. How is this possible? More than a decade ago? They were the two who gained the power of the six paths when they were fighting against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Yamato responded again. According to the intelligence, the power of the two at that time was far greater than it is now, which is why they were able to defeat Kaguya, who took the fruit of the sacred tree. Not really. It's a bit complicated to explain. You should watch it yourself. I'll send the video to you. On the other end, Mr. Gyuxin finished speaking. Then he began to send information to Yamato. Yamato looked at the data transmitted, saw the Imperial Naruto driving a Bokujin Gundam that was at least 1,500 meters long, and saw the Imperial Sasuke driving a Susanoo Gundam that was 1,000 meters long, and was stunned. How is this possible? Why is this Uzumaki Naruto so strong? Does Uchiha Sasuke have two Rinnegan? This wooden man, Susanoo, is too outrageous. A random blow can cause destructive power like a natural disaster. Gaijin, who transformed into Ishiki Otsutsuki, was actually beaten up like a flea. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. There are countless possibilities for parallel worlds, but what kind of cause and effect could create two such terrifying people? Could it be the power of Otsutsuki Shibai from another world? Yamato looked extremely excited and kept murmuring. So much so that he didn't notice that a young man with brown hair had appeared beside him. Yamato, what are you talking about, you bastard? What happened to Gaijin? The brown-haired boy appeared in front of Yamato with a furious look on his face, and lifted him up by the collar with one hand. This shocked the originally excited Yamato. So it's Cord, did you hear everything that happened just now? I heard everything. You bastard, you actually said Gaijin lost to Naruto and Sasuke? That's impossible. With those two inferior creatures, there's no way they could hurt Gaijin. You were lying to me just now, right? Page 164. The maroon-haired boy, Cotter, roared. Ah yes, I lied. Gaijin is safe. It is impossible for Naruto and Sasuke to defeat Gaijin. Yamato followed the other party's words. No, you are lying to me. Tell me, what did you see just now? Code roared and tightened Yamato's collar. Cord, it seems that you already believe what I said. Then I will tell you the truth. Yamato rolled his eyes and finally decided to tell Corder the truth. After listening to this, Coddle's expression was distorted and painful. Damn it. In another world, Sasuke and Naruto also obtained divine power. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. If I follow Gaijin, I will never lose to them. Yamato, release the seal for me. Cotter finished his speech, glaring at Yamato. You are going to Konoha to avenge Gaijin? Yamato narrowed his eyes. I'm not that stupid. With Gaijin's power transformed into Ishiki-sama, even if I remove the seal, I may not be able to defeat him. If I go there alone now, I will just die. Corder shook his head. So you're ready? I want to look for a partner with the same power as mine, said Corder. Really? Yamato's heart sank. Half a day later, Code left the underground base of the Shell Organization. With the cooperation of Cash and Koji, Yamato came directly to Konoha and used the same method as in the original work to coerce Nara Shikamaru's son Nara Shikadai. I met the Boruto senior executives and people from the Empire. Senju Yamato, claiming to be the chief scientist of the Kara organization and Gaijin subordinate, threatened the Konoha ninjas and demanded to meet with the Konoha high-level officials and the people of the Empire. Now your wish has come true. Can you release the captives? In Boruto, Shikamaru looked at Yamato with gritted teeth, wishing he could cut him into pieces. Shikamaru, calm down. Beside him, Naruto from Boruto Next Generations reminded, calm down, people from the Nara family, when did you become so stupid? Senju Yamato dares to come alone to meet us, so he must have something to ask of us, right? And that bomb, is it fake? Imperial Ninsai looked at Boruto Shikamaru with disdain. This gesture and these words made Yamato's eyes light up. It seems that people in another world are smarter. You are Neji, right? Uzumaki Naruto's brother-in-law, who was supposed to have died in the Fourth World War, is alive and well in another world. What a magical timeline. Damn bastard. After hearing this, Nara Shikamaru calmed down. A wild dog tamed by the Zong family is worthy of being compared with me. Imperial Ninsai said disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Interesting. It turns out that myselves in different worlds can also despise each other. These eyes of yours should be the Samsara eye, right? The mutant of the Byakugan possesses a powerful fighting power. The world you live in is really amazing. Not only does he have 2 pairs of Samsara eyes, but he also has the power to easily defeat Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Yamato praised repeatedly. Huh. Is this surprising? The Otsutsuki are just aliens after all, not gods. It's normal for us to defeat them. With the martial arts taught by His Majesty, victory is inevitable. Everyone in the Empire said. Martial arts? Yamato smiled slightly and looked at the Thousand Hands heavenly being. I have never heard of martial arts, Your Majesty the Emperor. If I am right, you should have obtained the power of Otsutsuki Shibai, right? Imperial Sasuke frowned and scolded. How dare you? The martial arts were created by His Majesty. What does it have to do with Otsutsuki Shibai? You old man, stop talking nonsense here. Don't think that just because you created a few relatively powerful cyborgs, you can be arrogant in front of us and slander our Majesty. 145. Chapter 144, A New World. The Execution of the Pirate King. 145. Imperial Sasuke's Kai and chakra began to fluctuate violently. It seems like he is ready to take action. Otsutsuki Shibai. Senju Tianren was a little surprised, waved his hand at Imperial Sasuke, and then smiled. Interesting. Tell me, who is Otsutsuki Shibai, and why do you think I have his power? Otsutsuki Shibai, as the name suggests, is a strong man from the Otsutsuki clan. As for how powerful he is, I can only say that if there is a god in this world, then maybe he is God. Yamato's expression became serious, and then he told everyone present everything about Otsutsuki Shibai. The group of people listened with serious expressions. Even the Imperials were like this. Incredible. Is this the true powerhouse of the Otsutsuki clan? The Six Paths sage of the ninja realm was amazed, but still somewhat puzzled. But is Your Majesty really a being that has obtained the power of Otsutsuki Shibai? Of course not. My strength all comes from the martial arts I created myself, and has nothing to do with other people. However, the remains of Otsutsuki Shibai are among the most important. When we return to the Empire, we must collect them immediately and then do research. Thousand-handed celestial being. If a strong person of this level still exists, I'm afraid no one here can resist him, but such a person is dead. Who can kill such a being? It's incredible. In Boruto, Naruto still has an expression of disbelief on his face. It is true that the Otsutsuki Shiba that Yamato just mentioned is a little too powerful, so powerful that it is beyond imagination. No, I must correct your statement. The death of Otsutsuki Shibai is only a very small possibility. The greater possibility is that he broke free from the constraints of the flesh and went to a higher dimensional world, becoming the god in our impression. Yamato pushed up his glasses. After breaking away from the constraints of the flesh and going to a higher dimensional world, this answer is indeed more real and reliable. Thousand-handed celestial being. I didn't expect that this would be what it would be like after reaching the peak of my strength, going to a higher dimensional world, free from the constraints of my flesh and blood. What kind of scenery would that be like after that? The other imperial people showed longing looks. Although Otsutsuki Shibai is terrifying, he has already left our world. Now we should be facing the cyborgs who have inherited his power, right? One of them is named Cotter, who has the claw print ability. When he waves his claws, he can create a ribbon-like object made of a mixture of his own chakra and the iron in his blood. It can use claw marks to move itself or others between different locations, and its ability is somewhat similar to that of Flying Thunder God. Although it is quite difficult to deal with, it does not seem to have any terrible lethality. The other one is named Demon, who has the ability to reflect murderous intent and can attack enemies with his mind. Any enemy who intends to kill him will have his murderous intent completely rebounded. This ability is quite powerful. If ever one would be counterattacked as soon as they had a thought, I can't imagine how I could defeat the opponent. As for the other Ada, she has clairvoyance, can see information from the past to any time and place from the time she was born to the present, and can charm all non-Otsutsuki people who see her will be captured at first sight. Maybe she can be killed with her eyes closed. Boruto, Naruto Next Generation, Sasuke said at this time. Don't underestimate the three of them. In addition to their abilities, Kotal and Demon both possess strong close combat abilities. Especially Demon, even Ishiki is far from being his match. Yamato said seriously, of course the most important thing is these three guys may have united now and may attack us at any time. To ensure safety, I think I have to follow the strongest of all people, is that okay? Yamato looked at the thousand-armed heavenly being. At the same time, somewhere in the snow, Code was walking on the ice and snow until he came to a base with guards stationed. Led by a short old man, he came to an object that looked like a space capsule. After the two men talked for a while, the old man came to the space capsule with cold sweat and opened it. Cold mist gushed out. A beautiful girl with blue hair and wearing a short skirt slowly walked out of the fog. Good morning, Ada. I'm Cord. I'm sorry to wake you up so suddenly. Kotal looked at the girl and said, his tone unconsciously becoming much gentler. Cod, I know you want to join forces with me to deal with the person who killed Jixian, right? The girl looked serious. You really know everything. Corder smiled. Of course I saw everything in there. Jaijino, I should say Otsutsuki Ishiki. He was beaten like a flea and finally locked in a special cage like a dead dog, losing his freedom. It's so sad that a great Otsutsuki ended up with the same fate as us. The girl Ada smiled sarcastically. What? Sixian is still alive? That's great. Kaod was not angry because Sixian was insulted. Instead, he was extremely happy. Ada, come with me to rescue Jaijin. No, the girl refused. Why? Corder asked anxiously. Sixian had previously ordered me to be killed, so how could I possibly save him? The girl sneered. Damn it. If it wasn't for Sixian, you wouldn't have forgotten what kind of life we lived before, right? Even if I was killed, I would still be sacrificing my life for the Otsutsuki. That would be the most noble death. Why are you afraid? Shouldn't you feel honored? Potter roared. Potter. Even if we want to save Sixian, there is a high probability that we will not succeed. It won't work. Even if we combine the power of you and Damon, it won't work. You must be kidding, those guys are not from our world. Who knows what kind of abilities Yamato from another world has transformed for them? We have no advantage against them. Page 165. This gets really annoying. I finally got out of there. But now I have to face this kind of danger. Can't those people from other worlds just go back to their own world? The girl Ada muttered next moment. The whole world was in an inexplicable upheaval. Everyone in the empire far away in Konoha felt something unusual. Imperial Sasuke, who was originally talking to Yamato, said, "Do you feel it? The whole world seems to be rejecting us. Does everyone feel this way? I thought it was just an illusion. Damn, this feeling is really unpleasant." Senju Yamato, are you the one behind this? The rest of the empire said a few words, and finally pointed the finger at Yamato. No, it's not me. I don't know your current situation, Yamato said quickly. So what is this? You must be joking. I've never encountered anything like this before when I went to the ninja world. As the people of the empire spoke, their figures gradually turned from solid to virtual. Your Majesty, please use your invincible power to think of a solution. Naruto in the ninja world looked at the anxious people and couldn't help but said to Senju Tianren. Others also turned their eyes over. This should be the rejection of the world. Compared to you, I can feel it more clearly. This world wants us to leave. Thousand-handed heavenly man frowned. Then what should we do to stay in this world? Ninja world, Naruto asked. Destroy the planet under your feet, or the entire world, replied the thousand-handed heavenly man. What? Destroy the world? Whether it was the Empire or Boruto, everyone was shocked. Especially those who are watching Boruto. They were all sweating profusely. If someone had said they wanted to destroy the planet before the people of the Empire fought against Ishiki Otsutsuki, and without having seen the strength of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata of the Empire, they would have sneered. But looking at the Empire's Naruto and Sasuke driving a 1,000-meter Gundam, they could cause the area of more than 10 kilometers to collapse with just one punch or one kick. Watching the Empire, Hinata being able to split thousands of kilometers of land with one sword. But no matter what, they dared not think that the people of the Empire were joking with them. They can really destroy the whole world. If that happens, wouldn't they be doomed? Boruto Naruto quickly said, Everyone, please calm down for the sake of us being from different worlds. You came to our world. In addition to destroying the Otsutsuki, you must have other purposes, right? Our world should also be what you want, right? Boruto, Sasuke also said. You are very calm and rational, Uchiha Sasuke. The Senju Tianren looked at Boruto's Sasuke and smiled. As you said, our other goal is to gather the power of all worlds to fight against the Otsutsuki. The current situation is somewhat unexpected. Apart from destroying the planet, I don't have any other solution for now. But destroying the planet is definitely not our intention. The thousand-handed celestial being said this, took out the plow and said, Send us back to our original world, plow. Here it is. A plow. How did you come to own it? In Boruto, Sasuke looked at the pink turtle in the hands of the Senju avatar and said with some surprise. He clearly remembered that this thing was in Boruto's hands. You will understand soon, Uchiha Sasuke. After we leave, remember to kill Ishiki. Also be careful of those 3 cyborgs. Practice martial arts more. This is your only asset to compete with those 3 cyborgs. I look forward to seeing you alive next time we meet. Senju Tianren replied, then opened his hand towards Yamato and sucked him to his side. Are you planning to take me with you to leave this world? Wait, take V's body is still here. Let me get her, and I'll go to your Yamato hadn't finished speaking yet. The plow burst into light, covering everyone in the Empire, and the next moment everyone disappeared. With the disappearance of the 1,000-armed heavenly being, in Boruto, Sasuke's originally disordered memory suddenly recovered. He covered his head and groaned, I see, this is so terrifying. The Emperor of the Shenwu Empire only struck me with one blow and I was trapped in his magic without any resistance. The forest outside the imperial capital. The figures of the Empire and Yamato appeared, watching the changing scenery around you. Yamato fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. Aikbai. My Aikbai, why? Why are you doing this to me? Aikbai left me. And now you want to take her body away from me. Shut up, old man. Your daughter from your original world is dead, but your daughter from this world may not be dead. Besides, isn't it just death? As long as you serve the Empire well, resurrecting your daughter is nothing. Imperial Sasuke shouted. The crying Yamato was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized something and said happily, "Yes, that's right. The Akvi of this world. She must still be alive. We just need to find her." "I'm sorry, Lord Sasuke, and everyone else. From now on, I will do my best for the Empire. Welcome aboard, Doctor." "Yamato, can you tell us where you found the so-called remains of Shibai Otsutsuki?" The thousand-handed heavenly man smiled. In the days that followed, Empire helped Boruto's Yamato find Empire Yamato and his daughter. At the same time, Yamato also helped the Empire find the remains of Otsutsuki Shibai. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they turned almost the entire Empire upside down, but they still couldn't find the body of Otsutsuki Shibai. A voice suddenly emerged from within the Empire. Did Yamato, that whole bastard, deceive them? In this regard, Senju Tianren speculated that perhaps the remains of Otsutsuki Shibai had self-awareness and was deliberately avoiding the search of non-Otsutsuki, although the body of Otsutsuki Shibai could not be found. However, with the addition of Yamato in the Boruto world more than 10 years later, it still brought significant innovations to the technology of the entire empire. The empire continued to do this while strengthening its technology. While studying the possibility of returning to the world of Boruto and exploring other worlds, time passes by like water. Another world. A small town. On the tall execution rack, a man wearing a maroon military coat, with his hands handcuffed, messy hair and 2 long mustaches growing out of his nose, was kneeling on the execution rack. Beside him, 2 executioners were holding up sharp blades. There were huge crowds of people below the stage, all looking nervously at the man on the stage. There were countless snail-like creatures around him, aiming at the man. The atmosphere of the entire venue was solemn and tense. "Come on, let's get started," the man on the rack said in a low voice. The 2 executioners turned the blades in their hands to kill the man more directly. "Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found?" a man yelled in the audience. Without waiting for the Pirate King to respond, he continued shouting, "Is it really the Grand Line? Did you get it? The legendary Great Secret Treasure?" "Shut up," an officer on the stage yelled. "That unique Great Secret Treasure. One Piece." The man in the audience continued to shout, "It. One Piece and the like are not important at all. In this world, the most important thing is power." "Galder Roger, what is your power that is far beyond that of ordinary people and can even use wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, and other abilities? Is it a fruit, or something else? Tell us," another man in the audience yelled. 146. Chapter 145. Time flies. Kaido enters the Empire. 146. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they heard this sentence. Yes, Pirate King Gold Roger is unique. He possesses extraordinary domineering aura and physical strength, and at the same time, he has the power to control wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and various strange abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This kind of power will not even be bound by sea stone. This is also the key to his ability to overwhelm other pirates, seize One Piece, and become the recognized Pirate King. If we can also possess this kind of power, then can we also become the Pirate King? Many people inevitably think of it. Eyes wild. Ha 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 on the stage. Pirate King Galder Roger laughed wildly upon hearing this. "Want my treasure? My power? Then go find it. They are hidden somewhere in the ocean. Find them, and you will be the next Pirate King. Ha 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 quick. Kill him." On the high platform, Jan Guo's anxious voice sounded. The 2 executioners immediately stabbed Galder Roger with their knives, but this did not stop Roger from laughing wildly. "Go find it. Go. Everything is in the sea. Whether it's treasure or magical power, as long as you find them, you can have everything. Change everything. Become the king of this world. Ha 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 ha, damn it. Shut up, Roger. Zhang Guo roared angrily. Page 166. Unable to bear it any longer, he jumped out from the front desk and slapped Roger. Roger felt the violent attack. He took a lingering look at some people below, and finally was hit on the forehead by a palm, and slowly closed his eyes. In the audience, some people were crying, some were laughing wildly, and some turned away with a blank expression. Because of Gold Roger's few words, the world of One Piece ushered in an era of great navigation that is even more intense than the original. Whether they were greedy for treasure or power, they all set out on the journey at the same time. Empire. In some cold white metal room, Senju Yamato, Orochimaru, and Boruto's Naruto Next Generation's Yamato sat on the sofa and leisurely watched the TV screen in front of them. There the scene of Roger's execution was being played. Boruto Yamato sighed. I never thought that this guy would turn himself in. You are dying, but you want to overthrow the rule of that world. This is a very smart move. Only by destroying the world will you be more likely to restart it. Imperial Orochimaru licked his lips and said, but if the number of pirates increases, many ordinary people will also be harmed, right? Said Yamato in Boruto. Without destruction there is no construction. The celestial dragons in this world are simply rotten to the core. Just looking at them makes one want to vomit. If I hadn't taken a lie detector test, I would have found it hard to believe that such stuff could exist. And the world government is no different from the celestial dragon's lackeys. What a sad world. Imperial Orochimaru sighed. That's what he said, but this guy is really courageous. Boruto Yamato sighed at the same time, and then wondered. But what I don't understand is why His Majesty wants to stop us from repairing Golder Roger's body. If we keep him, he should be able to live for a long time. Yamato, don't forget our purpose. Thousand-handed heavenly man reminded indifferently. Yamato, have you developed feelings for that little white mouse? Although Golder Roger is the most outstanding experimental subject, he is ultimately just a tool for us to achieve our goals. World No. 3, like a child, is wary of our world and rejects our entry. But the people in World 3 are different. They can enter our world and return to their world at will. That's why we discovered that as long as the people from that world enter our world, learn our world's power system, and then return, they can subtly change World No. 3 and eliminate World No. 3's rejection of us. So our fundamental goal is to let more people learn our power system. Isn't the current situation exactly what we need? With Golder Roger's dying words, in the future, there will definitely be more lucky guys who will come to the Empire through the random time and space vortex we cast. Imperial Orochimaru laughed. I know, but Your Majesty, did you foresee this outcome from the beginning? Is that why you stopped us from saving Golder Roger? Yamato looked at the thousand-handed heavenly being with a slightly serious expression. Who knows? Maybe it's just luck, thousand-handed heavenly being said calmly. Really? But then again, that world is truly magical. Armament Haki, observation Haki, and conquer Haki. The training system of the 3 colors of Haki is also of great help to our world. Some of the strongest ones can even break through the shackles of Super Shadow and 6 paths immediately. And the so-called devil fruit can actually change everything about a person at the genetic level. If it can be perfectly developed, it will definitely produce effects beyond imagination. Yamato exclaimed. Hey, isn't this the fascinating part of World 3? We must occupy it at all costs. Imperial Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. Heian calendar year 1501. Far more people than ever before poured into the sea, and a very lucky few made it to the Empire, learning the Empire's chakra, system power, and part of its martial arts power. But they are too self-sufficient to share this power. As a result, the Empire's wish to make everyone in the pirate world learn chakra and true energy has not been realized until the year 1518 of the sea calendar was 2 years before the protagonist Luffy went to sea. The country of peace. Somewhere in a pit, Kaido held a wine flask in one hand and poured wine into his mouth, while wiping his eyes with the other hand, crying bitterly, "Damn it. Damn Kazuki Oden. It's all because of you, you idiot. My son has become as stupid as you." Woo beside him. Yamato lay unconscious at his feet with a swollen head. Behind him, Jaehin, whose head was covered by a helmet, sighed, "Mr. Kaido, if you want to educate your children it's better to talk about reason." Woo this stupid boy kept calling Oden, Oden in my ear, and I just couldn't help it. Damn it. Kaido was still crying bitterly. After taking a few more sips of wine, he turned around crookedly and was about to leave. That's when a black vortex appeared out of nowhere. "See this vortex?" Jin's expression became serious, and even Kaido, who was originally drunk, became about 70% sober almost instantly. The two said in unison, "Space-time vortex." "Woo, looks like we're lucky, Jin. The legendary channel that can give people godlike powers has finally opened up to us. I have been waiting for this moment for more than 10 years. Woohoo!" Kaido laughed wildly. "Mr. Kaido, it's best not to hold out too much hope. According to intelligence, many people have entered the time-space vortex before, but although the power they gained was good, it was obviously far from as powerful as the Pirate King. The power of Pirate King Roger, to a large extent, actually comes from himself." Jin said. "Woo, of course I know this, but Jin. Roger became the Pirate King after gaining the power of the time-space vortex, so I can do the same." Kaido roared, took a step forward and walked towards the vortex of time and space. Seeing this, Jin looked solemn and hurriedly followed. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared, and then the vortex of time and space twisted, turning from real to virtual, and quickly disappeared. Naruto World Empire. 5 years of being disconnected from the Boruto world. Leiju. Leikai Mountain City. After 5 years of development. On the huge flat-topped mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, huge rocks are floating and gathered around the huge flat-topped mountain to form a new urban circle. On a small, remote rock, a black vortex emerged. Kaido and King slowly walked out and looked at the surrounding scenery with surprise on their faces. "Is this the world inside the whirlpool? It's somewhat similar to Sky Island," Kaido commented out loud. According to what was spread on the sea before, there are many magical places in this world, including cities built on water, cities under the ground, and some cities full of technology. As for this side, I wonder if anyone has been here before. Jin said. Lol, who knows if anyone has been here before. But the most urgent thing now is to greet the people in this world properly. Lol, Kaido laughed wildly, standing in place, full of vigor. The next moment, the violent wind howled, the sky and the earth changed color, and black lightning continued to spread from it. The ordinary people who originally lived in Leikai Mountain City could not bear this terrifying aura at all and fainted one after another. Only a strong man at the shadow level can barely resist this momentum. But all their strength was almost suppressed, and some were even knocked to the ground, unable to move. They all looked in the direction where the momentum came from in surprise. Is this domineering? That should be the case, but the strength of this conqueror's haki is incredible. Is it that the third-generation AI Sama's haki has made another breakthrough and improvement? It shouldn't be him. No matter how lawless the third-generation AI is, he won't use his domineering power near the city. That would cause a lot of trouble. Tusk. Could it be a visitor from World No. 3? World No. 3. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words World No. 3. Then, some of the strong men who were still able to move flashed and flew towards the direction where the domineering aura came from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures landed beside Kaido and Jin. Among them are Imperial Darui, Samui, and others. The Imperial Darui looked the two of them up and down and said, "You have an unusual height and appearance. You must be the visitors from 3 Galder Roger's world, right?" "Oh, it seems that Galder Roger is also very famous in your world. If so, negotiations will be much easier." Kaido looked at the group of dwarfs around him who were only about 2 meters tall and smiled slightly. "I guess so. After all, he is the first person from your side to come to our world." The Imperial Dari shrugged his shoulders. "By the way, can you remove your Conqueror Haki? If you keep doing this, it will cause great trouble to ordinary people." "Wooloo, the people in your world all seem very strong. There are actually so many people who can resist my dominant Haki. Not bad, not bad." Kaido couldn't help laughing as he looked at Imperial Darui and the others. At the same time, he was also tactful and restrained his domineering attitude. "Strong? Maybe. But you look very strong too." The Imperial Darui smiled and looked at Kaido's abdominal muscles. Page 167. "Well, since everyone is strong, let's fight and see who is stronger among us. You should also want to know the answer, right? And in many cases, only after fighting can we negotiate better, right?" Kaido laughed. "It seems that they are the same type of people. It's just right. I also want to try out how powerful the strong people in the other world are." Darui finished speaking. His body shook and all his clothes burst instantly. Only a pair of briefs was left, revealing the weak-colored skin, and thick veins protruded from the arms and thighs. Muscle release. "Armament Haki. Entanglement. Call out." Exclamation. Darui's weak-colored skin turned black, reflecting bursts of light. "Armament Haki. It seems that Roger's arrival has also brought you new power. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. Thunder and gossip. Boom. Exclamation, exclamation moment. Kaido arrived in front of Darui at a speed faster than everyone could react. The mace in his hand exploded with black lightning, hitting Darui on the forehead. So fast. Darui's pupils contracted and he had no time to react. He could only watch the mace approach. Just when Darui was ready to be knocked away, a black lightning came down from nowhere. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation. Kaido's mace was blocked by the sudden black lightning, causing a terrible impact that cracked the ground within 1,000 meters around it, and a group of people were forced to retreat continuously. Only a few people, including Darui, stood behind the black lightning and never took a step back. Lord AI, the 3rd generation. Darui looked at the black lightning in front of him and said in surprise. The black lightning slowly dissipated, revealing his true appearance, which was a sturdy man over 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with a muscular body and a long beard. "Darui, stand back. This enemy is not someone you can handle. Let me fight him." The man stared at Kaido with a hint of excitement on his face. "Yes, Lord Sandaime." Upon hearing this, Darui immediately asked everyone else to evacuate and keep a distance of at least 1 kilometer. Kaido just watched Darui and the others evacuate silently before grinning and saying, "You are their leader? You look quite powerful." "Leader? Although I'm not Governor Lei, I am his father. It's appropriate to say that I'm the leader here." The 3rd generation AI nodded. 147. Chapter 146. Is that you? The guy who is called the Emperor of the Sea. 147. Wooloo, very good. The one who blocked my attack just now was the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki, right? If you can do this, you are definitely not a weakling. Woo. This time, it's a battle between kings. Let me see how strong the strong people in your world are. Kaido laughed excitedly, raised his mace, and hit the 3rd generation AI hard again. Thunder gossip. Come on. Thunder plow and hot knife. The 3rd generation AI swung his right arm and slammed the mace hard. Boom. Exclamation, exclamation. The two collided and black lightning raged. The rock under my feet, which was only a few thousand square meters, exploded directly. The two began to fall rapidly towards the ground. Well, not bad. Not bad. That's the feeling. Ha ha ha. Come, beat me to death. Or be beaten to death by me. Woolulul Kaido opened his arms and shouted. Jae-hin was on the side, spreading his wings and leaping down. Ha 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 ha. This feeling is really good. I recognize you. A strong man from another world. The third generation AI also laughed wildly. Seeing this, the other ninjas also used ninjutsu to follow boom. Exclamation exclamation until Kaido and the third generation AI fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake continuously. The group of people didn't have time to wonder whether the two were okay or not. Then I saw a blue lightning, and a huge figure crashed into the other party without any explanation. Boom, 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 boom. The two figures entangled and collided with each other. Every time countless black lightning exploded, the impact continued to rage, and the earth collapsed one after another. Jin's eyes moved rapidly in the distance, his expression indifferent. The leader of this place is quite powerful. He was able to fight Mr. Kaido to this extent. However, in terms of strength and defense alone, Mr. Kaido is still stronger. As soon as Jinx finished speaking, Kaido hit the third generation AI with his stick again, sending him flying backwards. Aren't people in this world supposed to have abilities of various attributes? Fighting Mr. Kaido with pure flesh is not a wise choice. Why not use those powers? Jin was a little puzzled. He glanced at the other Imperial men in the distance and saw them looking at the confident faces of the third generation AI. He was also a little surprised. So confident in your leader? It seems the other party has also preserved his strength. But Mr. Kaido won't lose so easily, even though you are one of the keys to Roger's becoming king. What's wrong? What's wrong? Leader of another world. Is this the limit of your power? I haven't tried my best yet. Kaido roared. Ha 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 ha. This kind of fight. It's awesome. Big guy, I like you. But you're right. That's the end of the warm-up. New Thor armor. The three generations of AI screamed at the same time after being knocked away again. The original blue lightning suddenly exploded and turned into countless black lightnings that surrounded itself. Kaido, who was sprinting, saw this and his pupils shrank. This is a whole body is wrapped in domineering color? There is actually such a technique. Incredible call out. The third generation AI suddenly kicked the air. The air beneath his feet was instantly stepped on by a powerful force, forming a visible air mass that hit the ground and created a hole several hundred meters across. The third generation AI used this power to come in front of Kaido in an instant and then punched him. Kaido blocked with his mace, but was hit back with the mace, sending him flying. The ground was rubbed violently, and a ditch several kilometers long appeared. It seems that the third generation Master AI is still stronger. Seeing this, Daruri, who was far away, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and glanced at Jin, who came to the Empire with Kaido. Looking at his calm expression, his heart sank. That big guy hasn't tried his best yet. Boom! Exclamation exclamation. Kaido finally landed. Violent black lightning exploded, and the surrounding debris splashed. Kaido's figure appeared again, but compared to before, Kaido now has blue scales all over his body, pointed horns on his head, and a tail swinging behind him. Woo woo woo. Kaido in dragon form laughed. You are really good. Your name is Sandame AI, right? Join my pirate group. Let's conquer the sea together. Become the only king of the sea. Is this the so-called animal-type fruit ability? Darui recalled the description of the fruit in World No. 3 on the internet, and his heart moved. The other ninjas also showed surprise. The third generation AI listened to Kaido's shout and laughed. Join your pirate group? Conquer the sea? Don't be ridiculous, big guy. Whether it's the sky, the sea, or the earth, they have already surrendered to the Empire. Now the Empire's conquest only extends to the stars and other worlds. Woo, that's such a shame. Now, let's just fight to our heart's content. Kaido's last words fell. The figure once again turned into a blue stream of light and flew out, and the third generation of AI also shot out at a rapid speed. Two streams of light, one blue and one black, entangled with each other and began to wreak havoc on the earth and the sky again. The battle between the two sides lasted for more than an hour. At last, under the somewhat incredulous gazes of the people of the Empire, the Dragon Man Kaido knocked the third generation AI into the ground with one blow. Phew, you win, big guy. Your physical strength and power are stronger than mine. I accept defeat sincerely in this battle. The third generation AI was lying in a pit covered in blood, looking at the tall Kaido and said happily. In the distance, a group of Imperial soldiers rushed over quickly, surrounded the third generation AI, and looked at Kaido and Jin vigilantly. Woolulu, my name is Kaido. I'm asking you once more, do you want to join the Beast's pirates? Together with me, conquer the world. Become the only emperor. Kaido looked at the third generation Edo with admiration. No matter how many times you ask, the answer is always the same, Kaido, said the third generation AI. Damn it! Kaido yelled with a look of discomfort. There must be other powerful people in this damn empire, right? Call them out. I want to have a good fight today. I want to see how outstanding and powerful the empire is that makes you linger and set your sights on the stars and other worlds. Want to challenge someone stronger? I understand your feelings, but the one assigned to Liju by His Majesty is a little too powerful. Page 168. Fighting him won't give me much fun, so forget it. The third generation AI sighed with a complicated expression. Hey, are you kidding me? Are there really stronger people in your world? I came here to become the only emperor who surpasses Roger. If there is no strong person worth looking forward to, it will be too disappointing, Kaido shouted. Don't worry about Mr. Kaido. Mr. Kaido is much stronger than you see. Jin also walked slowly to Kaido and said, I understand. I'll ask him to come over right away. The third generation AI stared at Kaido and Jin and nodded seriously. Then he glanced at Darui. The Imperial Darui raised his right hand and started operating a wristwatch. A line of Imperial text was edited and sent out. Sir, we are now at coordinates XXX. 2 visitors from World 3 have appeared. One of them has dragon horns, a dragon tail, and scales on his body. He is a big guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Sea. He defeated the third generation Lord AI and wants to meet you. Got it, I'll be there right away. Kaido couldn't understand the words, but he could roughly understand the function of the watch, so he said in surprise, Is this something similar to Den Den Mushi in your world? It looks pretty good and convenient. Den Den Mushi? I heard that in your world, that giant snail-like creature can communicate over a distance of thousands of miles, and can even project images. I have to say, it's a magical creature. The third generation of AI Dao. Well, maybe this is the difference between different worlds. You need our dominance, and we need your ability to control wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Wait until I've had enough fighting with other strong men in your world. Then we'll form an alliance. By then I can provide you with many treasures from my world. Kaido laughed. As one of the 4 emperors who can stand firmly on the sea, aside from his martial arts prowess, he was also much smarter than most pirates. What he has always been doing is to unite various forces, obtain what he wants, and improve his own strength and the strength of his crew members. Ha ha ha. Of course, no problem, but after you finish fighting with that guy, I really want to see your smile continue. The third generation AI monster laughed. Wooloo, are you so confident? It seems like that guy is very strong. This is really exciting. Kaido's face showed anticipation. But there was not much fear in my heart. In the world of pirates, the admirals and the 4 emperors are at the top of the world. The difference in strength levels is not that big. No matter how strong others are, they won't be much stronger than them. Even the former pirate king Roger could only defeat 2 admirals by himself at most. This is an achievement that is almost unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Kaido instinctively thought that the opponent's strongest man was probably at this level. This should be the upper limit of the world, right? Ha ha ha, I believe he will not let you down. The 3rd generation of AI laughed. The next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the distant horizon, and then his expression changed slightly. Kaido saw the change in the expression of the 3rd generation AI and turned his head to look at him along with Jin next moment. Kaido's eyes widened involuntarily because he saw a ray of light. That ray of light was moving at an incredibly fast speed. A second ago, it might have been dozens or hundreds of kilometers away from me. The next second has appeared before my eyes. A pair of large hands directly covered his head, pressing towards him with a force so strong that he could not resist at all, and then his entire head was pressed towards the ground beneath him. When his head collided with the ground, Kaido's consciousness blurred instantly. Boom! Exclamation, 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 exclamation around them. The 3rd generation AI, Jin, and other Leisure warriors only saw a flash of light. Then, a terrible explosion occurred where Kaido was. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground within dozens of kilometers around it exploded and splashed. Jin and all the people from Leisure were blown away by this terrible impact, at least a few kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers away. Some Leisure people whose strength was only at the shadow level coughed up blood, looked at the center of the explosion with a look of dejection, and murmured, "It is true, ever since they obtained the domineering power, the original strongest people in the imperial capital have become stronger and stronger. They are becoming more and more unrestrained. I really don't know when we will be unfortunately killed by this aftermath. It's really terrifying. This kind of power is simply impossible for a mortal to possess." Rather than saying it's scary, it's better to say it's lucky. It's because of this strong man that we don't need to be confused about the future. Many Leisure people say this. After flying backwards for several kilometers, Jin planted his feet into the ground, put his hands in front of him to block the impact, stared directly at the center of the explosion, and spoke with difficulty. What is going on? Could it be these guys activated some destructive weapon? Damn it! What they said before was just to lower the vigilance of Mr. Kaido and Mei, so that they can deliver a fatal attack at the end. What sneaky bastards. Mr. Kaido, please don't be in any trouble. Jae-hin prayed in his heart, rapidly approaching the center. Soon the impact dissipated. The smoke and dust in the central area dissipated in a strong wind. A 3-meter-tall, muscular man wearing only a pair of black boxer briefs is grabbing Kaido, who is unable to resist, covered in blood, and looks like he is dying. See this picture. Jin's heart was shaking violently, and even his flying speed slowed down, but soon he made up his mind and continued to approach the center. And just as he approached, this muscular man who suddenly appeared stared directly at Kaido and grinned. "Is that you? The so-called Sea Emperor? I heard that you really want to fight against the strong men of the Empire." Woo Kaido, who was caught in his hand, smiled weakly and said, "So is this the real strong man in this world? He is indeed a monster among monsters. He is stronger than I could imagine. Under this power, even Roger seems so insignificant." Mr. Kaido, Jae-hin, who was approaching, shouted. Is there another person? Birdman? Or is it related to the animal-type fruit? The muscular man turned his head and glanced at Jin, which made him shudder all over and subconsciously take a step back. At this moment, Jin actually felt like he was being stared at by a creature higher up the food chain, which gave him an instinctive sense of fear. This was something that had never happened before. What kind of monster is this guy? I'm the animal type, the ancient species, the user of the pteranodon form. Jin said. Don't be afraid. I have no ill will towards you. This is just a normal exchange. The visitor responded with a grin. What he said made Jin sweat on his forehead. No ill intentions? Just a normal exchange? That's easy to say. But your sudden attack was too damn heavy, wasn't it? If the target was not a powerful four emperors like Mr. Kaido, but an ordinary person, his ashes would probably not be found, right? Is this also called exchange? 148. Chapter 147. Want to learn? I'll teach you. 148. Your Excellency is right, Jin said after a brief silence. My name is Naruto Namikaze, the Shenwu Empire's ambassador to Leishu. What are your names? Imperial Naruto laughed. My name is Jin, one of the big names of the Beast's pirates. Jin said, my name is Kaido, the captain of the Beast's pirates and one of the four emperors of the New World. This is truly an eye-opening journey, Namikaze Naruto. It is beyond imagination that there are strong people like you in the world. Kaido laughed, but because of the wound at the end, he started coughing violently. Ha ha ha. Kaido, you are already very strong. If it was before our two worlds met, I wouldn't be able to defeat you so easily. Imperial Naruto laughed loudly, and a golden light emanated from his right hand. The light turned into a warm current and flowed throughout Kaido's body. Kaido's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones healed almost within a few minutes. Kaido got up from the ground, twisted his head, and said in disbelief, what kind of ability is this? He actually cured me in an instant in our world. Even the best doctors can't do this. It's really amazing. Jin was also staring at Imperial Naruto. This is the special power of our world, healing ninjutsu. It can also be said to be the application of Yang Dun. How about it? Do you want to learn? I will teach you. Imperial Naruto laughed. Teach us. Really? You seem to have learned Haki from Roger a long time ago. Kaido was surprised. Of course, no problem, Kaido, Jin. Imperial Naruto grinned and gave the two of them a thumbs up. The expressions of the two men were still somewhat unquestionable. In the world of One Piece, they are used to intrigue, betrayal, bullying, and tyranny. This makes it hard for them to believe that there is a free lunch in this world. Don't look at me with such suspicion, you know, there is a huge gap in our strength. If I want to deal with you, wouldn't it be easy? Page 169. So there is no need for me to lie to you. Imperial Naruto said again. The expressions of the two men changed slightly and they seemed a little shaken. However, there is indeed a reason why we are helping you. Imperial Naruto then added. It made the two of them look better really. Tell me, what is it for? As long as we can give it in exchange, we will definitely agree, Kaido said. Ha ha ha. In fact, helping weaker worlds, allowing both sides to learn from each other and make progress together has always been the purpose of the Empire. And all we do is to guard against the Otsutsuki. Imperial Naruto laughed, but at the end his expression was extremely serious. Learn from each other and make progress together. What is the Otsutsuki? Do we need such a powerful you to guard against us? Kaido was puzzled. That's a very scary race, and the weakest among them has strength comparable to yours, Imperial Naruto said. The words he spoke made Kaido's body shake violently. Jaehin's eyelids were also twitching wildly. Are you kidding me? The weakest person has the strength comparable to Mr. Kaido. This is Mr. Kaido, one of the four emperors of the New World. The strongest creature on land, sea, and air. One of the strongest people in the world. Even among his Lunalia tribe, which was once known as a god and had extraordinary talents, it was difficult for such a strong man to appear. And even the weakest member of the Otsutsuki clan is so strong. The title of god is left to you. You are the real gods, right? Are you surprised? I felt the same way as you when I first heard this information. Imperial Naruto said again. I am really surprised. If the weakest among them has my strength, then what about the strong ones? How powerful are they? Even if we call this race the God Clan, it seems that it is not wrong, right? Kaido said. In a sense, they can indeed be called gods. The Otsutsuki clan is a race in our universe. They have the ability to roam the universe and even travel through time and space. The purpose of their clan is to plunder other planets and civilizations and plant something called the sacred tree. The sacred tree can devour the nutrients of the planet and bear fruit. When the Otsutsuki devours the fruit, his strength will undergo a drastic change. Some of the powerful ones among them are not inferior to me, or even stronger. Imperial Naruto explained. Inevitably, I think of Otsutsuki Shibai in my mind. If this god of the Otsutsuki clan is in a higher dimension, what is he doing now? Are you controlling your own people and preparing to launch an attack on the Empire? Kaido and Jin listened to what Imperial Naruto said, and their expressions were shocked again. Feeding on planets stronger than Naruto-san, even stronger, Kaido muttered, taking a breath continuously. So you're helping us because you want us to become stronger and fight against the Otsutsuki together with you? Jaehin seemed to have figured everything out. Yes, let's fight against the Otsutsuki together. We know that the power of a few worlds and planets alone cannot match such a terrible enemy, so we need more allies. Imperial Naruto said. Kaido and Jin looked at each other after hearing this. Both sides saw trust in each other's eyes. Do not believe there is no way. After all, the Empire's Naruto had already demonstrated overwhelming strength before, and he was a strong man with the power to kill them instantly. They really couldn't think of any reason why he would deceive weaklings like them. I see. However, I am one of the 4 emperors in our world. But the power of control is actually not that much. It is just a country on an island. In our world, the one who truly controls the world is the world government of the celestial dragons. With the existence of world conquest, it is difficult for me to let the world I live in join Naruto-san's empire in fighting against the Otsutsuki, Kaido said, his eyes flickering slightly. We know that the Empire has already learned this information from previous distinguished guests. However, in His Majesty's opinion, the actions of the Celestial Dragons, the world government, and the navy that serves them are really too dirty. So the Empire will never cooperate with such a guy. When Imperial Naruto talked about the Celestial Dragons and the world government, a look of disgust inevitably appeared on his face. The world of One Piece is much dirtier and darker than the world of Naruto. The legal slave trade and the oppression of the upper echelons have caused some people favored by the celestial dragons to live in endless darkness, where there is not a glimmer of hope. Resistance is pointless. Kaido and Jin showed joy upon hearing this. Kaido tightened his grip on the mace and said, "Then Mr. Naruto must also know what the 4 emperors are, right? Do you have any prejudice against people like us?" There was a hint of caution in Kaido's voice. "I've learned a little bit. The 4 emperors and the Resistance are organizations that fight against the celestial dragons and the world government. Our empire is willing to cooperate with you as you are." Imperial Naruto said this. Kaido and Jin were even happier. "Well, thank you for the Empire's trust in us. Mr. Naruto, please trust us. We will definitely be the best partners." "I think we will be the best partners." Kaido laughed and stretched out his right hand. Imperial Naruto did the same, and his 2 broad palms were quickly clasped together after an hour. The Empire's Naruto, Kaido, and King passed through the teleportation ninja circle, traveled through space, and appeared directly in an empty room like a subway station in the Imperial capital. There are compartments all around. The 3 of them walked out of the cubicle and looked at the surroundings, which had changed drastically. Kaido was a little surprised and said, "We have now traveled thousands of miles and arrived at the Imperial capital you mentioned." "Yes, the Space Ninja Formation. An advanced application of ninjutsu. How about that? Very convenient, right?" Imperial Naruto smiled in response. Amazing technology. In our world, I've only heard of the door-to-door fruit having this ability. Kaido exclaimed in admiration. The three of them talked as they walked, and soon they came to a wider open space. On the open ground, a figure holding a short knife flashed like lightning. Another incarnation left dozens or hundreds of afterimages. The clang 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 sounds echoed throughout the space. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides, the air blade, should have torn the earth apart. But they were all absorbed by the metal around and on the ground. Kaido couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw it, while Jin showed a hint of shock. On the one hand, he was amazed at the high performance of the metal in this world, and on the other hand, he was amazed at the battle in front of him. Because of the current battle, even he had difficulty watching and was unable to clearly see the moves of both sides. Of course, the most important thing is that the two warring parties look very young. If he's right, these two people should be only about 18 years old. At the age of 18, he has already reached the same level as him. What an incredible genius. I wonder how many such geniuses there are in this world. If there are more, the overall combat power of this world will probably be very terrifying. These two kids are very strong. Mr. Naruto, can you let them come back with me and join my pirate group? Kaido was delighted to see his prey and couldn't help but speak. As a result, without waiting for the Empire Naruto to reply, the two people who were fighting stopped. Revealed was a man with white hair, wearing a tight suit, holding a short knife, with an arrogant look on his face, and a man with black hair, red eyes, and a gentle face. The arrogant man looked at Kaido with a defiant look on his face and said, "Hey, you big guy are so brave that you actually want me to join your pirate group and be your subordinate. Do you know who I am?" Ja dong, don't say that. This uncle only said that because he admires our strength. Besides, I think he definitely doesn't know who we are. The black-haired man pulled the arrogant man's right arm helplessly. Wulululu, I really don't know who you are. But the world I live in is very interesting. There are unimaginable delicacies, all kinds of fruits that can make people become strange, and some giant sea monsters that are dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of meters long. Little ghost, are you really not going to consider it? Kaido laughed. Ha, delicious food. The food in our empire is definitely better than yours. Weird fruit. Will it turn you into something like this if I eat it? I don't want to become that ugly. As for those sea monsters, they're quite interesting. But if you want me to join you, it's not impossible as long as you can defeat me. Ja dong grinned. With a move of his right hand, the white fang dagger in his hand turned, drawing sharp cold rays. Defeat you? No problem. But don't cry when I beat you up. Woohoo, Kaido laughed. Page 170. I agreed without hesitation. He had just witnessed the battle. This kid was very strong, but in his opinion he was about the same as Jae-hin. He wouldn't need to expend much effort to deal with him. Haha, little brat, you are young and have too little experience, so now you just better get on the boat obediently. Kaido's smile became more cunning. A quarter of an hour later. Dang, Kaido stood in place, swinging his mace continuously. Several flagwood slags turned into lightning flashing around him, and the naked eye could not see clearly. Hey. Uncle, didn't you say you wanted me to be your subordinate? Didn't you say you wanted to defeat me? Why is this not possible? Several flagrant scumbags spoke at the same time, their voices echoing in the air. You little brat. What kind of ability do you have that allows you to split into so many real bodies? It makes it impossible for me to attack you accurately. Damn it! Kaido roared in annoyance. Although his observation haki can lock onto the enemy, he cannot tell the real from the fake. Even if he is lucky enough to hit the kid, it will turn into smoke, making him feel like he has no power to use. Instead, he was too tired to defend himself and was slashed several times. If he wasn't so thick-skinned, An ordinary person would have been chopped to death long ago. Kaido is not afraid of being cut. He is confident that he can defeat the little devil in front of him. But that would require exhausting the opponent's physical strength, and who knows how much time it would take. For him, this victory over a little kid was not worth boasting about. Boom. Another blow, blasting a shadow clone. Kaido wanted to stop the fight, but the scumbags surrounding him suddenly changed their tactics. Several figures jumped back at the same time, and then clasped their hands in front of their mouths. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom! Water appeared on the ground, and several water dragons dozens of meters long flew into the air and swooped down towards Kaido. As expected, people in this world can use water-related abilities. Kid, your trick is indeed useless against ordinary people with special abilities, but I'm not afraid. Roar! Kaido roared, and immediately turned from a human into a dragon. Then a terrifying heat wave burst out from his body, and the water dragon bullet was completely evaporated before it even got close. Stinky uncle, you are quite amazing. You are not even afraid of this. From all directions, Jia Dong's somewhat surprised voice came. Huh. Of course, after all, I'm also one of the 4 emperors. But there is no need to continue the battle. Your ability is too weird, and you keep hiding from me instead of fighting me head-on. It's meaningless. Kaido roared. Battles are never straightforward, but ever-changing. Uncle, let's call it a draw this time. Jia Dong stopped flashing and said mockingly, but there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. 149. Chapter 148. The Divine Empire is full of powerful people. Kaido doubts his life. 149. He could see how powerful the opponent was if he continued fighting at this high intensity. I estimated that I would be defeated within half an hour. This is the case when the other party does not understand ninjutsu. The guy from World No. 3 is so strong this time? Jae-hin narrowed his eyes, also looking solemn. This kid seems to be even stronger than him, and his abilities are so weird and changeable. Naruto of the Empire, who was watching the battle, blinked and had a more intuitive understanding of Kaido's strength in his heart. Mr. Naruto, how strong is this brat in your place? Kaido asked with a serious look. Being restrained by a little devil and not being able to defeat him still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Jia Dong. He is a genius among us. He had the strength of a cage when he was 13 years old. After the fusion of the worlds, he made rapid progress and later gained the power of domineering, although he cannot practice the domineering color. But his armament haki and observation haki have already reached extremely high levels. In the entire empire today, his overall strength is also among the top, and there are not many who are stronger than him. Imperial Naruto explained. So that's how it is. Kaido suddenly realized and felt better. Haha, after all, I am the heir of the Haddock family. If I am weak, I will be sorry for the cultivation of my father and grandfather. Haddock scumbag smiled smugly. Hey, everybody's here. Wow, what is this? A dragon? Such a big dragon, it looks so cool. Another energetic shout came from not far away. Kaido turned his head and saw a yellow-haired boy who looked very similar to Imperial Naruto walking towards them, waving his hand. Is this Naruto-san's brother? Kaido asked. Haha, brother? That's not wrong. Imperial Naruto laughed and didn't explain further. Ninja World Naruto looked at the dragon Kaido transformed into and said with a smile, wow, he's talking. It looks like he must be a devil fruit user from another world. That's really cool. Ha 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 ha, pretty cool, huh? How about visiting my world? I can provide you with some very powerful devil fruits. Kaido's old illness has struck again. Forget about it. I'm doing fine in my own world. Ninja World Naruto shook his head and refused, then immediately said, Jia Dong, Jai Huo, and Da Mingji. It would be great if you all were here. Sasuke just challenged me to a sparring match again, and I think we need someone to reinforce the barrier. It's little Sasuke brother again, his fighting enthusiasm is really high. Jashadong complained. This is the bond between the two, just like that between Brother Daming and Brother Daiso. Jihyuo said. Mr. Kaido, would you like to come over and take a look? This will be a battle between the truly powerful of our empire. Imperial Naruto laughed. A truly strong one? Kaido's eyes lit up. Who is stronger, Mr. Naruto's brother or Mr. Naruto? Of course Brother Da Ming is stronger. I am far inferior to Brother Da Ming. Ninja World Naruto said. I'm stronger, but little Naruto isn't that much different from me now. In the entire empire, his strength is enough to rank among the top 10. Imperial Naruto said. Top 10? They look really strong. What about Naruto-san? Are they in the top few? Kaido was very interested. Me? I should be in the top 5. Imperial Naruto said. The top 5. I didn't expect that in this world. There are actually 4 people who can rival a strong man like Mr. Naruto. I really want to see them. Kaido sighed. He was defeated with one blow, and he had no idea of the upper limit of Imperial Naruto's strength. But there are actually 5 such godlike powerful people in this world. As expected, the people in this world are much stronger than us. Let's go and enjoy the battle between little Naruto and little Sasuke. Imperial Naruto smiled and brought Kaido and King, followed by Ninja World Naruto, through layers of corridors, and came to a huge metal room that was more than 6 or 7 kilometers long, wide, and high. In the center of the metal room, a man with black hair, strange eyes that emitted purple light, and pupils composed of layers of circles, cast his gaze over. In an instant, Kaido felt his whole body tremble, and felt a strong sense of oppression and invasion. This guy is very strong, much stronger than him. And the smell is very bad. This is the one who is going to fight Naruto-san's brother? Maybe he is also one of the top 10 strongest people in the world. Come on, let me see what kind of strength you can exert after letting go. Kaido's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. You're finally here. It takes so long to ask people to reinforce the barrier. You're really the last one. Ninja World Sasuke crossed his arms and said to Ninja World Naruto with some mockery. I can't help it. I originally wanted to look for Hinata-san and Neji-san, but they didn't seem to come for training today, so I can only look for someone else. Fortunately, we found Da Mingji, Jihyuo, Jia and the others. Ninja World Naruto scratched his head. HMPH, that big guy over there, is he from another world? Ninja World Sasuke turns his sights on Kaido. Yeah, this uncle is from another world. He ate a devil fruit and can turn into a very big dragon. It's super cool. Naruto from the ninja world gestured excitedly, with stars in his eyes. A very big dragon? How big? Ninja World Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Is it bigger than Da Ming's wooden dragon? Is it a kilometer long? Ninja World Sasuke looked at Kaido with a slightly serious look. Kaido was stared at in this way and subconsciously straightened his back, as if he had regained the dignity of being a strong man in this new world. This made him feel slightly better. Maybe more than 100 meters long. Ninja World Naruto thought for a moment and replied. More than 100 meters long? Isn't that a loach? What's so cool about that? Ninja World Sasuke's face changed instantly. Loach. Kaido's momentum collapsed and his eyelids twitched. Jae-hin, who was standing next to him, couldn't help sweating on his face, which was covered by armor. Under normal circumstances, if Kaido heard someone dare to describe him like this, he would definitely hit him with his mace. Page 171. But after roughly knowing the strength of the strong in this world, he still endured it and said with a red face, more than 100 meters, is that considered a loach? Could it be possible that this little brother could become even bigger? You think I can't? Said Ninja World Sasuke. Hey, don't say that, Sasuke, that's really cool, okay? And 100 meters is really long and big. Shinobi Naruto shouted. HMPH. Forget it. I won't waste my time talking to you. Let's start the fight. I can't wait to knock you to the ground. Ninja Sasuke urged. Then let's begin. The diamond formation. Imperial Naruto nodded aside, then clasped his hands together. Ja dong, the same goes for stopping the fire. In an instant, the chakra and true energy of the three people exploded. These energies quickly spread and finally turned into a golden light, covering the metal wall. Oh, it can actually be like this. It's just like the barrier fruit. It really is a very useful and versatile ability, Kaido said with some envy. Then he turned his attention to Sasuke, the ninja who had just boasted. It seems that he is ready to see how big Sasuke's big thing is in the ninja world. Ninja World Sasuke felt Kaido's gaze and said nothing. His eyes widened. Terrifying chakra energy burst out, and then condensed into a giant. The giant continued to grow rapidly, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 600 meters until it became 600 meters, put on armor, and grew 4 arms. Looking at the giant, Kaido's eyes widened and his face became a little stiff. Jin next to him took a breath and said, "This little brat is really amazing, no wonder he is so arrogant. Compared to this guy, my dragon form is indeed as inconspicuous as a loach, but a huge body does not mean strength, but rather makes it look clumsy. It will be hard for him to deal with Naruto-san's brother like this." Kaido's words had just fallen. The 600-meter Susanoo controlled by Sasuke in the ninja world had a samurai sword appear on each of its 4 palms, and then he slashed left and right. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. 4-kilometer-long air blades tore through the air and slashed towards Naruto in the ninja realm. Naruto of the ninja world flashed and disappeared. The air blades slashed directly at the barrier wrapped around the metal wall. Make the whole room vibrate gently. However, this slight vibration caused Kaido's expression outside the barrier to change again. Before, when he dealt with the kid named Hadake Shashadong, even without the barrier, his attack only caused the wall to tremble slightly. The trembling was extremely slight, not as severe as it is now. And now, after being wrapped in the barrier, the room's ability to withstand attacks is definitely far greater than the room he was in before. But even so, it can actually produce the same or even better effect. So how many times stronger was the attack of the 600-meter giant? 2 times? 3 times? 4 times? 5 times? The strong people in this world are indeed monsters among monsters. Sasuke, take that. Immortal technique, Trukai, Divine Wind, Big Jade Rasengan. A shout was heard from the sky. Kaido looked up. Naruto, who had disappeared from the ninja world, appeared above the head of Susanoo, who was 600 meters away from him. He raised his right hand high, and a green ball with a diameter of 200 meters came towards Sasuke in the ninja world. Naruto, this is far from enough to defeat me. Immortal Method, Divine Thunder, Amaterasu Kagu Earth Destiny. Ninja World Sasuke roared. Susanoo put his 4 hands together and a black flaming arrow several hundred meters long was formed and shot towards Naruto in the sky. Meatballs and arrows collide. The violent wind and raging fire almost filled the entire barrier. The barrier was shaking and roaring continuously. King looked at Kaido outside the barrier in a daze, his expression gradually changing from shock to numbness. They suspected that the strength of the attack from the 2 people inside might be enough to destroy the entire Wano country. How could an attack of this intensity be launched so casually? How could these guys be human? The battle within the barrier lasted for more than 3 hours. In the end, Sasuke and Naruto in the ninja world ran out of energy and fell unconscious on the ground. Imperial Naruto smiled and asked Scum Dong and Shikama to carry the 2 away. Then he continued walking with Kaido and Jin, and soon passed by a room where a blonde woman and a white-haired man were fighting. The blonde woman rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, while the white-haired man kept using his strange abilities. His body moved unsteadily and he kept spitting out flames, water, lightning, and even mud from his mouth. Even if these things hurt a woman, her body will recover instantly. In the eyes of Kaido and Jin, these two are stronger than the two brats before, and their strength is close to Kaido himself. It should be comparable to the previous 3 generations of AI. Why are there so many powerful people in this world? Naruto-san, didn't you say those 2 brats were already the strongest in this world? Why is it that every random person I meet seems to be stronger than them? Kaido began to doubt his life. No, you saw the sparring between Granny Tsunade and Grandpa Jiraiya, right? They are both masters of the Empire, and they are older, so it is normal for them to be stronger than Jia Dong and Jai Huo. Imperial Naruto explained. Although Mr. Naruto said so, but are the strong men of the Empire always fine? How could they appear here so densely, just in time for us to see them? Jin said that he felt that this was a threat from the Empire to them. It's intentional. You mean this? Because they have to face the Otsutsuki, His Majesty ordered that everyone must practice hard and compete with people of similar level at least twice a week. In order to encourage everyone to learn from each other, His Majesty even developed the Empire Martial Arts ladder ranking. Although I don't think this is very good, many people are very interested in it. Imperial Naruto explained. I see. Your country's admiration for cultivation and improving strength is admirable. But the Empire Martial Arts ladder ranking? What is that? Jin said again. The so-called Imperial Martial Arts ladder ranking. It is to let the registered strong men of the entire empire compete with each other. The winner will gain points, the loser will lose points, and then the strongest men in the empire will be ranked. There is such a thing? Isn't the ranking of everyone's strength very clear? Why did Mr. Naruto use such uncertain terms when he mentioned his own strength and that of his brother? Although the ladder rankings are good, most players of similar strength have won and lost against each other. Moreover, if some people fight too many times, their rankings will be affected to some extent, Imperial Naruto said. Woo, I understand, but even so, we are still very curious. Mr. Naruto, can you show us the so-called martial arts ladder ranking? Kaido laughed. Of course can. Please take a look, both of you. Imperial Naruto smiled and nodded, pressing his watch, and a curtain of light immediately shot out from above, and a large piece of text appeared in the air. Kaido and Jin could not understand these words, but the words were immediately converted and they understood them at once. Martial Arts Ladder Ranking, 1st place, Uchiha Sasuke Local 2nd place, Naruto 3rd place, Matt Kai Local 4th place, Six Paths Sage World 1 5th place, Hyuga Ninsai Local 6th place, Hyuga Hinata Local 7th place, Uchiha Sasuke World No. 1 8th place, Uzumaki Naruto 150. Chapter 149, Unequal Flow of Time, Rebellious Wano Country. 150. The 1st place is Uchiha Sasuke, the guy who fought with Naruto-san's brother. It doesn't seem right. Why does the 7th place have this name too? And what do the words local and world number 1 in the brackets mean? Kaido asked with eyes wide open, full of confusion. Jae-hin on the side also didn't understand. My name is Namikaze Naruto, my brother is Uzumaki Naruto, and the one who just fought with Uzumaki Naruto is Sasuke, who is ranked 7th. In World No. 1, the local area is of course used to distinguish the differences between the worlds. Kaido, since you can come to my world, then people from other worlds can naturally come as well. The so-called World No. 1 is another parallel world similar to our world. I say this, can you understand? Imperial Naruto explained. I understand it very well. Kaido scratched his head in confusion. Seeing this, Naruto had to explain patiently. A quarter of an hour later, Kaido and King finally showed a look of sudden realization. I understand. However, Mr. Naruto is really amazing. He is actually the second strongest person in the world. He was ranked in the top 5 before, so Mr. Naruto was just being modest. Page 172. Kaido praised. Second, that's not necessarily true. Whether it's Might Guy who's in 3rd place, or the Sage of Six Paths who's in 4th place, we've won and lost against each other. As for Sasuke, I am ranked first only because I have sparred with others more often. I dare not call myself the second strongest. Imperial Naruto shook his head. Is that so? Then Naruto-san is also one of the top 4 strong men. Why do you say 5th? Your Majesty is the strongest. There is no doubt about that. Your Majesty does not exist in this ranking. Everyone's ranking actually just starts from the 2nd place. Is that so? Kaido understood it thoroughly. He continued to look down, but he did not find the rankings of Kai Mu Jia Dong and Jai Huo in the top 100. Although those 2 little brats are powerful, they are really nothing in the entire empire. There are too many powerful people in the empire. No, I have to become stronger too. Kaido felt an incomparable crisis and an urgent desire to become stronger. Mr. Naruto, I want to practice with you right now, he said seriously. Of course, I was planning to take you to practice. I just happened to pass by here, Imperial Naruto said with a smile. The group quickly left the underground competition venue, came to another open area. Here, a man with a ponytail is giving a lecture to a group of children. Imperial Naruto brought Kaido and Jin directly to the man and said, Teacher Uruka, this one is called Kaido, and the other one is called Jin. Both of them are guests from another world. I would like you to teach them the basics of chakra and martial arts. Leave it to me, Master Naruto. Imperial Uruka patted his chest. Then he turned his gaze towards the extremely tall Kaido and Jin, and extended his hand. My 2 classmates, please give me more guidance in the future. Uruka teacher, right? I hope you will teach me more in the future. Kaido grinned and stretched out his big hand as well. A month later, the wasteland outside the empire. A loud roar sounded. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. Jaehin, who was covered in black armor except for a hole in his helmet, opened his mouth and vomited. The fire on the back burned fiercely. Gather your whole body then. The terrifying flames covered several kilometers ahead, and the raging fire baked large tracts of land, leaving layers of glass crystals. After performing this ninjutsu, Jin drank again. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon dozens of meters long rose from the ground. Thunder release, thunder tiger 1,000 kills. Lightning burst out from Jin's body, and the lightning transformed into dozens of thunder-shaped tigers, running and roaring wildly on the ground. It's not over yet. Earth escape, return of the earth and land. The ground rumbled and walls of earth rose from the earth. Until then, Jin then slowly exhaled and revealed a satisfied smile. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out nearby. The gentle voice of Uruka from the Empire sounded. Well done, Jaehin. You are a genius. In just 1 month, you have already perfectly mastered the power of the chakra system. I am proud of you. Woolulu Uruka-sensei, don't be so quick to praise Jin. Now, it's my turn. Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. 100-meter-long blue-scaled dragon opened its mouth, violent sparks flashed, and a fire dragon's head with a diameter of tens of meters flew out. When it touched the ground, it expanded to the level of 100 meters, blasting the earth into a series of glazed pits. Thunder release Killin. The blue-scaled dragon roared again. The dragon's body spun, bursting with lightning, and it transformed into a thunder beast with a diameter of more than 200 meters and fell down. And the last one, spiral dragon Jade. The chaotic energy condensed and finally formed a huge sphere with layers of black lightning, which spewed out from its mouth and landed 100 kilometers away. Rumble. A deafening roar sounded. A huge mushroom cloud shot up to a height of more than 10 kilometers in the sky, and everything within dozens of kilometers around it was destroyed. When the smoke cleared, a terrifying pit hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers in diameter appeared on the ground. Wuulula, looking at the hole, the blue dragon in the sky laughed wildly. You are amazing, Kaido. You and Jin are both geniuses among geniuses. Even in the Empire, you are at the top. However, testing new tactics in the suburbs of the Empire is still too destructive. Never do this again in the future. While admiring, Imperial Urka looked at the huge pit in the distance with some helplessness. Wooloo, it's really hard to see the results of my own power growth in this metal room underground. Only in the outside world, in a wide area, can Jin and I truly realize the changes in ourselves. I'm sorry, Mr. Urka, Mr. Naruto. Kaido's huge dragon body slowly descended, transformed into a human form, and laughed. Because he and Jin are strong enough and have fire attribute abilities, they learn chakra ninjutsu and martial arts very quickly. In a month's time, they have participated in ladder battles. Although the time was short, we achieved very good results. Kaido, for example, has already entered the top 100. If there was enough time, Imperial Naruto would have rated him as good enough to be in the top 30. Kaido was extremely satisfied with this evaluation. As for Jaehin, his current strength should be around 100, which is stronger than the previous Hadake Shashidong and Shihuo. The speed at which the two men practiced also allowed the top leaders of the Empire to see the potential of humans in the pirate world. Kaido, Jin, you two have graduated. You can return to your own world now. Imperial Naruto looked at the two with a pleased smile and patted their backs. Going back, I'm really reluctant to leave Naruto-sensei and Uruka-sensei. There is something addictive about the feeling of becoming stronger and stronger. I haven't felt this way for more than 10 years. Kaido said. Hahaha, the training of martial arts and ninjutsu is endless. Kaido, Jin, if you practice more after you go back, you can still become stronger. Imperial Naruto said. Woolululu, we will. We will keep getting stronger. And then we will enter the top 10 of the ladder. Kaido nodded seriously. There was a gleam in his eyes. After training in the Empire for a month, he fully felt the martial arts atmosphere of the Empire and could be said to like it very much. This made him have some ideas in his mind. While you are getting stronger, don't forget to teach others martial arts and chakra training. Of course, we won't keep it secret. Improve the strength of all members of the Beast's Pirates, starting from Wano country, conquer the entire world, and then join forces with the Empire to fight against the Otsutsuki. We will always keep this mission in mind. Kaido said. Good to know, our enemy is the Otsutsuki. Imperial Naruto said this with a slightly serious expression, then quickly smiled and said, of course, apart from this, it would be best if you could provide us with some devil fruits for us to study. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Naruto-sensei. We in the Beast's Pirates may not have much else, but we definitely have a lot of animal-type devil fruits in stock. When I return, I will immediately send a batch to you, Naruto-sensei. Kaido laughed. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much, Kaido. However, opening a space-time wormhole stably is not an easy task. Even with the current technology of the Empire, the interval would take a month, which would take at least 4 to 6 months in your world, so after you return, you may need to pay a little attention to the location of the space-time vortex at that time. Imperial Naruto said again. Kaido and Jin were both shocked. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Ember Road, Naruto-sensei, what do you mean by that? The speed of time passing in this world is different from that in our world. Only 1 month has passed here, but in our world, at least 4 months or half a year has passed. That's right. The rate at which time passes is different in different worlds. Didn't I tell you before? I guess I didn't. I forgot. Page 173. Imperial Naruto couldn't help but stare at the end, scratching his head, and said with some embarrassment. Kaido and King looked at each other, both with terrible expressions. This is troublesome. I didn't expect it to be so long since I left Wano country. I don't know if anything went wrong. What? Are you in trouble? Imperial Naruto asked. Sorry, I think we have to turn back right away. We, the Beast's pirates, have occupied Wano country for many years, but there are still many rebels. We have been gone for so long, I'm afraid those guys can't sit still anymore, Jin explained, then glanced at Kaido out of the corner of his eye. Kaido stroked his mace, gritted his teeth, and muttered something. Imperial Naruto suddenly understood. I understand. I'll take you back now. Pirate world. Kaido disappeared for 5 months. The country of peace. A dilapidated wasteland. A cry rang out. You bastards of the Beast's pirates. Get out of Wano country. This is my territory. It's the territory that Kazuki Oden wants to protect. Hey, thunderous Bagua. A woman wearing a kimono, with white flames surrounding her back, white skin, red horns, and a blue and white tail, smashed a mammoth away with a stick. Follow Lord Yamato. Drive out all the members of the Beast's pirates. Protect our country. A thin old man forced back a tall woman whose lower body was a spider with a sword and shouted at the same time. Everyone, follow Lord Hyogoro together. Take back our Wano country. Drive away the Beast's pirates. Defeat Kurosumi Orochi. The other warriors also shouted loudly. Each one of them is amazing. Damn it! If Brother Kaido were still alive, there's no way this could have happened. Yamato, you little brat, are you really going to betray Kaido like this? The yellow Brachiosaurus Quinn transformed into slashed at Yamato with a big sword. Yamato used the Thunder Bagua backhand attack again, blasting Quinn hundreds of meters away. I've already said it. I'm Kazuki Oden. I want to protect my country and my people. Everyone from the Beast's pirates, leave now. Yamato roared. Wu attendant Bingya. Yamato opened his mouth and blew out a terrifying cold air, freezing the Beast's pirates and Kurosumi Daisetsu's men on the spot. You damned brat. When Brother Kaido comes back, he will definitely punish you severely. Quinn roared angrily. He looked around and felt overwhelmed at the fierce fighting on the battlefield. 5 months after Kaido and Jin disappeared. It was fine at the beginning, but as the two never showed up, Wano country fell into chaos. First, for some unknown reason, the imprisoned Hyogoro was rescued, and then a group of samurai were gathered to join forces with Yamato. Then someone undid Yamato's handcuffs and leg cuffs. The battle broke out. Originally, Quinn didn't care. After all, even if Kaido and King left, the Beast's pirates still had 2 big bosses and several fellow pirates. And hordes of pirates. This kind of combat power is extremely remarkable even in the outside world. But when the battle started, Quinn found out that he was wrong. And he was so wrong. Yamato, who is Kaido's daughter, is so powerful that it is a bit exaggerated. I haven't faced it in person before. Now he and Jack teamed up to be beaten up by the other side. This strength is definitely far beyond Hyojin. This not only made both of them unable to defeat Yamato, but also allowed the other party to free up his hands to attack other people, although it won't be defeated in a short period of time. But this continues. Something will happen in Wano country sooner or later. At this moment, there are still nearly 3 to 4 years before Luffy fights the Beast's pirates. Many characters have not joined the Beast's pirates, and many of the strong ones are much younger and their strength has not reached the peak. This makes the current situation so embarrassing. Kaido will not come back. If you are afraid, just leave. Yamato roared, raising his mace and knocking another person away. No one can last long in front of her. Damn it! How can Kaido's daughter be so strong? Quick, stop her. Are we really going to lose to this woman and those idiots? What a joke. The 8-headed giant snake transformed from the black charcoal snake roared madly, looking extremely anxious. 151. Chapter 150 The Birth of Teacher Kaido. 151. He joined forces with Kaido to firmly suppress Wano country. It's all good. He never dreamed that one day Kaido and King, two powerful men, would disappear at the same time, and then Kaido's mentally ill daughter would lead people to overthrow them. When he learned all this, he almost laughed out his remaining teeth, but after fighting for a long time, he was really anxious. Kaido's silly daughter is really too strong. Damn it. Quinn, Jack, aren't you one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates? Why can't you even deal with a woman? Guys from the Beast Pirates, kill these samurai. How long have these damn bastards been hiding? How dare they rebel against the general's rule? When we suppress you, all of you bastards will die. The people under Kurozumi Orochi were also roaring wildly. However, Yamato was too powerful alone, and with the legendary Hyogoro and a group of powerful samurai, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Even the combined forces of the Beast's pirates and Kurozumi Orochi were suppressed. Rumble rumble, the terrible roar of battle continued, until some minions suddenly found a black vortex appearing around them. Then 2 huge figures walked out of the black vortex. Seeing these 2 figures, the warriors who noticed them screamed in fear. Kai. Kaido. Kaido is back. What? This scream almost cut through the entire battlefield, causing both sides who were fighting to stop and look in the direction where the sound came from. The samurai of Wano country led by Yamato were sweating profusely. Oh no, my bastard dad is back. Yamato's voice was slightly bitter. The hand holding the mace tightened. Kaido actually came back at this time. This time it's over. Hyogoro loosened his clenched fist, and the domineering aura on his fist began to dissipate. Kaido is back. We are done. Why at this time we were about to succeed in driving the Beast's pirates away. Damn it! The other warriors roared in dissatisfaction. Boss Kaido. Brother Kaido. Great disaster, Jin. We won. It's Boss Kaido and Lord Jin. Damn you warriors. You're doomed. The members of the Beast's pirates cheered heartily. The black charcoal snake exhaled slowly. Fortunately, Kaido is back. Okay. Kaido stood there, feeling everyone's gazes and listening to their calls. After scanning the entire battlefield, he frowned, then looked at Yamato and said, "You're really causing me trouble, my stupid son. And you warriors, damn it. Kaido. I, Kazuki Oden, will lead the people of Wano country to drive you away. I will not let you continue to do evil in Wano country." Yamato raised his mace and pointed it at Kaido. Asshole. How many times have I told you? You are my Kaido's son. Yamato. How could it be that idiot Kazuki Oden? Kaido stared at his silly daughter and roared. No. I'm Kazuki Oden. I want to save Wano country. Kaido. Get out of here. Idiot. Thunder gossip. Kaido couldn't stand his silly daughter's stupidity anymore, so he rushed towards Yamato with a roar and swung his mace down heavily. Thunder gossip. Yamato also roared and swung his mace. Boom. The 2 maces collided with each other, and dark lightning flashed everywhere. The powerful impact hurricane blew away a group of weaker samurai, pirates, and Kurozumi Orochi's men. Hyogoro struggled to resist the impact, squinting his eyes and watching the fierce battle between the 2 sides in shock, muttering, "This is so strong. Yamato is really strong. He can even rival Kaido. Do we still have hope?" This thought just came to his mind. Page 174. Kaido then yelled again, "Earth escape technique. Heavy rock technique. Thunder. 8 trigrams heavy attack." Boom! Exclamation! The moment the words fell, Kaido's mace instantly crushed Yamato, and then he brought the opponent's mace together and smashed it heavily on Yamato's head. With one blow, the ground cracked and a huge explosion occurred on the spot. After the explosion, Yamato was lying quietly on the ground, unconscious. Kaido looked up and stared at all the rebellious warriors. Yamato was defeated. Sure enough, Kaido, this monster, is invincible. Run away. A group of rebellious warriors were completely frightened and started running away screaming. Wooloo, it's a little too late to escape now. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 accompanied by clouds of smoke. Dozens of huge Kaido appeared in front of everyone. Kaido. So many Kaidos. What is going on? Why are there so many Kaido? No. Many people are puzzled. The rebel warriors were so frightened that their legs went limp. One Kaido is scary enough, let alone dozens of them. Some people were so frightened that they sat down on the ground, unable to move. Some even got their crotches wet. As for those who were still running away, they saw dozens of Kaido leaping into the air and appearing in all directions of their escape, grinning ferociously at them. Then, like playing whack-a-mole, he swung the mace at them again and again. Pen, 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 pen. Every blow knocked down swarms of rebel warriors. This behavior is just like an adult strong man breaking into a group of 3-year-old children and bullying them with a stick. Let Kaido be filled with evil and tyrannical aura. It makes people feel heartbroken. Damn it, Kaido. Many rebellious samurai were extremely angry and tried to attack dozens of Kaidos. But each of these Kaidos is ridiculously strong, and ordinary attacks cannot penetrate their defenses at all. Every Kaido is invincible to them. After discovering this reality, many people can only continue to collapse and run away. Want to run? Earth escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jaehin slapped the ground with both hands. The people who had just gotten 100 meters away from Kaido found that the ground had turned into a swamp. In panic, they all fell into it one by one. With the assistance of King, none of the thousands of rebellious warriors escaped. They were all completely defeated by Kaido and finally piled up into a hill. The Ming King is worthy of being the Ming King. He suppressed the rebellion with one move. It's really amazing. Here as Yumi Urachi rubbed his hands and looked at Kaido and King in front of him with a flattering face. However, neither of them looked at him, but looked at the people in the Beast's Pirates. Quinn said, "Brother Kaido, great disaster Jin, where have you been for the past 5 months? And what were those moves just now about?" "Brother Kaido, I don't remember the fish fruit, which gives you the ability to clone yourself, and the great disaster Jin, when did you gain abilities related to soil?" His fat face was full of confusion. "You idiots, you really disappoint me. It's just my stupid son and a bunch of useless warriors, and you can't even deal with them?" Kaido answered the question irrelevantly. "Brother Kaido, you know Yamato, she inherited your bloodline and ate a large amount of the true god fruit. She is stronger than the great disaster Jin. How can we deal with her?" Quinn said helplessly. "After all, your strength is too weak," Jaehin said coldly beside him. "Damn it. It's all because we are too weak." At this time, Runny, who was just 18 years old, looked unwilling. Others also lowered their heads in shame. "Humph. You guys are really aware of your mistakes. From now on, just stay on Ghost Island obediently. Mr. Kaido and I will train you well," Jin said. What? Boss Kaido and Boss King are training us?" The people of the Beast's Pirates were shocked. Quinn's expression changed. "I thought to myself, if you wanted to train us and improve our strength, you could have done it long ago. Why did you wait until now? Could it be that?" His heart moved and he said, "Is it because of the new abilities that Kaido-sama and Great Disaster Jin have just acquired? Could it be that it is the power of another world?" The power of another world. Many members of the Beast's Pirates seemed to have their dusty memories opened upon hearing this. They suddenly became excited and looked at Kaido and King expectantly. Is this really the power of another world? The power of the legendary Pirate King? Woo Quinn, you are right. The power I just used belongs to another world. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to get rid of that stupid sun." Kaido laughed. The members of the Beast's Pirates became even more excited. "Really? It's true. Boss Kaido has obtained the power of the Pirate King. Boss Kaido will be the next pirate king. Boss Kaido is indeed invincible. Hail, Boss Kaido. From now on, the whole world will be Kaido's boss. The members of the Beast's pirates roared one after another. The group of Kurozumi Orochi had confusion in their eyes. Compared to those who are still connected with the world, Kurozumi Orochi, who has always been in Wano country, is undoubtedly much more isolated from the news, and many news are not known at all. Woo woo woo. Starting tomorrow, Jaehin and I will begin teaching you about that new power. If anyone can't learn it, don't blame me for being merciless. Kaido laughed. We must study hard, and then conquer the entire ocean together with Boss Kaido. The members of the Beast's pirates yelled. There was a fire of fighting spirit in his eyes. Yamato woke up with a splitting headache. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling. He stood up and looked at the handcuffs and leg cuffs on his limbs, and couldn't help but reveal bitterness. Damn it, we were so close to driving the Beast's pirates out of Wano country, but that bastard dad suddenly showed up. He seems to be even stronger than before, damn it. As she spoke, she punched the ground with a look of resignation on her face. But then she immediately thought of something, and she broke open the door and rushed outside. She grabbed a low-ranking member of the Beast's pirates and asked him, "Where's Kaido? Where is Kaido? What happened to those samurai yesterday?" The pirate she caught was startled and said quickly, "Boss Kaido is in the suburbs. All the samurai who rebelled yesterday have been re-imprisoned." Hearing this, Yamato let out a long breath. Fine then, she remembered Kaido's unusual power and decided to find out, so she rushed to the suburbs. Running wildly for a long time, Yamato saw a group of people gathered together. Approach quickly. She could hear his father Kaido roaring, "Idiot! How many times have I told you to call me Kaido-sensei? Jack, is this how chakra is concentrated? Did you listen to me before?" Peggy 1. If you don't have the ability to perform ninjutsu without any seals, then just be quiet. Maria, your wind style is good, but it can be better. Rundi, stop imitating your brother all the time, you idiot. Quinn, don't tamper with the seal formula I gave you. You are adding unnecessary details, idiot. Kaido hit the heads of many Beast's members with his stick, making them see stars and scream in pain. But if you do this one by one, there will often be good results. After correcting themselves, many people began to perform powerful escape techniques. Strong winds, flames, and lightning danced wildly across the vast field. Such a magical scene made Yamato stunned. What's going on here? Why can the people of the Beast's pirates use such abilities? Isn't it said that only devil fruits can give such strange abilities? Damn it! I feel like if this continues, it will be harder and harder to defeat the Beast's pirates and recover Wano country. At the end of his murmur, Yamato couldn't help but grit his teeth. Finally, I couldn't hold back my curiosity and rushed towards Kaido. Kaido, what are you doing? Huh? Asshole. Didn't I tell you to call me Kaido-sensei here? Kaido roared first, then turned to look at Yamato, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "My silly son, you've recovered so quickly? But now, you'd better continue to sleep." Thunderous Bagua Heavy Mountain Strike, page 175. Kaido roared and jumped, came in front of Yamato, swung his stick, knocked Yamato away for an unknown distance, and then blew on the mace. "Continue to turn your attention to your students." He somewhat enjoyed being called a teacher. He also felt that his teaching level was very high, and everyone performed exceptionally well under his stick. Maybe his teaching method is better than the Empire's. That must be it. Unexpectedly, although my personal strength cannot match that of the Empire, I can find someone stronger than the other party in other fields. In the future, I can explore with Uruka and Naruto to find out what teaching method is more suitable for students. If I improve their teaching system at that time, they will probably be very grateful to me. The Beast's pirates began to learn chakra and true energy in full swing at the same time. Kingdom of Dressrosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo's residence. By the swimming pool, Don Quixote da Flamingo, wearing sunglasses and a pink coat, was lying on a lounge chair in a very showy manner, enjoying the fruits fed by Baby 5 and the massage from Violet. 152. Chapter 151 The Empire's First Devil Fruit 152. Minge couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Violet is very good, it's just this strength you are really becoming more and more skilled. As long as you like, Dover, Violet replied calmly. Behind Minge's back, his eyes changed several times. Now she really wanted to kill the enemy in front of her, but she knew she couldn't do it, even if the other party exposed his back to her. Maybe this was a way for that cunning bastard Doflamingo to test her. Some cotters nearby cast their eyes over from time to time, and only shifted their gazes when Violet returned to normal. Mahahaha Dover. Just got the news that we have caught another mermaid and are now preparing to ship it to the Sabayati archipelago. I believe it can be sold for a good price. Also, the amount of devil fruits produced at the Smile factory this year is also more than last year. The short Trebal swung his nose and reported the family's recent situation to Doflamingo with a happy face. Husband, artificial devil fruits, remember the old ways, keep the powerful ones for yourself and sell the others to Kaido. Ming Ji said with a smile as he opened his mouth and ate a grape. Well, I understand. Don't worry, Dover, Torpal said with a smile. Husband, Ming Ji laughed and was in a very good mood. He put one hand on Violet's hand that was massaging him, and was ready to pull the beauty behind him into the house to exercise. As a result, at this time, a shout rang out, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Okay. Hearing the shout, Brother Ming frowned, feeling a little unhappy. He had just gotten into the mood, and someone actually dared to disturb him. Was he looking for death? Besides, who dares to call him by his first name? He looked up with a frown on his face. Then the whole person was shocked. Jin, why are you here? What? This is the Beast's Pirate's big sign, Flame Disaster Jin. The other family cotters also looked serious. Violet, who was giving Minge a massage, quickly retracted her hand. In the sky, Jin, wearing black armor and a helmet, slowly descended until he was 50 meters away from the ground. He looked down at Ming Ji and said, Donquixote da Flamingo, how many artificial devil fruits are there this year? Artificial devil fruit? Ming Ji's eyes turned behind his sunglasses. This year, there will be about 10. 10? That's not bad. Notify everyone immediately and send them to Ghost Island. Do you understand? Jin said. The voice was flat, completely an order from a superior to an inferior. This attitude made Minge even more unhappy, but he did not dare to offend Jin, who was backed by the 4 emperors. He just said with a fake smile, husband, wife, husband, no problem. As for the price, it remains the same as before. Same old. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Did you misunderstand something? I am not here to trade this time. Jae-hin twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Huh? Minge's face turned dark and he couldn't help but straighten up. Other cotters around also put their hands on their weapons. The atmosphere between the two sides became somewhat solemn. Jin, what do you mean by this? Is Kaido planning to break the agreement and rob his fellow thieves? Minge said. Doflamingo, listen. Starting today, Smile Factory must provide the Beast's pirates with artificial devil fruits every year for free. Do you understand? This is Mr. Kaido's order. Do you want to disobey Mr. Kaido? Don't forget, I am now a Shichibukai, Minge said with an unhappy look. So you're planning to resist Mr. Kaido? Damn it! You bastard from the Beast's pirates, stop being so arrogant. The young master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and is protected by the world conquerors. Do you really think we are afraid of Kaido? Baby 5 was very angry and raised more than a dozen weapons in his hands and pointed them at Jae-hin. When she did this, all the cotters also entered a state of preparation for battle. Go back, Jin, and tell Kaido, I will not accept this kind of agreement. Ming-ji also said at last. Donquixote da Flamingo, it seems that you have forgotten Mr. Kaido and my tear, Jae-hin said calmly. Then the wings behind him burst into intense flames, instantly dyeing the sky hundreds of meters above red. Then Jae-hin appeared in front of Ming-ji, formed seals with his hands, and spoke. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation, an extremely terrifying heat wave surged towards the mansion where Brother Ming was. Damn it! How dare you! Ming-ji was shocked. He never expected that Jae-hin would dare to attack a group of them alone. Does he really think he is Kaido? Or do you think he is just a freeloader? Brother Ming slapped the ground angrily without holding back any strength. The entire land turned into white lines, surging in front of everyone to protect them. Boom! Exclamation, the flames struck countless silk threads. Ming and others who were below could not see the sky at all. They could only see the red and dissolving silk threads above their heads with angry expressions. They looked at each other, then dispersed, ready to fight back. But before they could spread far, a shout rang out again not far from the ground. Water release, great waterfall technique. When everyone looked back, they saw another cinder opening its mouth and spitting out something. A huge flood was rushing towards them. How can this be? Damn it! Jin, who is known as the fire disaster. How can he use abilities related to water? Ruin! Is this an illusion? Who can tell me what is going on? A group of cotters screamed. Ming controlled the silk thread and tried to block it, but it was too late. The flood submerged them in an instant. Most of the people in Don Quixote's family were users of fruit abilities. After being hit by the flood, they immediately lost their fighting power and fell limply to the ground. The only few who were left were no match for Jae-hin and were knocked to the ground by him with just a few punches and kicks. Doflamingo looked in amazement as the two Jins slowly walked up to them, looking down at them from above and said, Donquixote Doflamingo, let me ask you once, do you want to resist Mr. Kaido? Hu flame disaster Jin, no wonder you dare to come here alone. It turns out you have learned new power from another world. Does Kaido know that you have this ability? Doflamingo had reacted by now and asked with a strange smile, but his words were filled with a sour taste. Like One Piece, he controls the power of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. This kind of power is a very useful and powerful ability in a world like One Piece where fruit abilities are rampant. He had wanted this kind of power for a long time, but unfortunately for more than a decade, only a few lucky people have owned it. After being exposed, most of these lucky ones will be dealt with and captured by the Navy. Or hide. Page 176. So much so that Doflamingo could only watch the plums and quench his thirst. I didn't expect the first time I saw this magical power was because of the Jae-hin in front of me. What I didn't expect was that I was instantly defeated by this power. The power of the ocean. It's too much for people with special abilities like them. Ming's heart was filled with bitterness and resentment. Violet on the side had a strange look in her eyes. What she wanted most now was to hear Ming reject Jae-hin. You don't think Mr. Kaido would? Jae-hin asked back. After hearing this, Brother Ming burst into laughter. Husband, that's true. It's Kaido after all. The world government, the Navy, and Kaido who has gained new power. This world is becoming more and more exciting. Phew exclamation. Jae-hin looked at Ming who was laughing, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. This guy, didn't you hear my question? Lightning release, Chidori Senbon. Jae-hin waved his hand unhappily, and lightning rods shot at Ming, shocking him so much that his whole body trembled. Answer my question, Doflamingo. Phew you beat Jin. I don't have the power to resist you. I will send the fruit to Onigashima. Ming gave in with a strange smile. HMPHU made a wise choice, Doflamingo. After Jin finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew away. Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea who is feared by countless people in the sea, is like a chicken in the hands of Jin and can be suppressed at will. Violet's eyes sparkled with wonder. If only I could also master this power after some time again. Naruto World, Shemu Empire, Imperial Capital. Senju Yamato, Imperial Naruto, Sasuke, Ninja World Naruto, Sasuke, as well as a series of high-level officials, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Yamato gathered together. Everyone turned their eyes to the dozen or so fruits with strange patterns placed in the middle of the square table. Is this the devil fruit? It looks really strange. The most important thing is that I can feel that it seems to have a strange power attached to it. Among the crowd, Heishi of the Empire's Hyuga clan couldn't help but speak. Veins were visible at the corners of his eyes. Your feeling is correct. The power attached to it seems to be related to the soul. Imperial Sasuke's Rinnegan flashed purple. So, one of the ingredients of the so-called devil fruit is the soul. The Imperial Scorpion stroked his chin. It should be, but the specifics can only be determined after further research. But for now, let's take a good look and see if this fruit is really as special as the legend says. Boruto Yamato said, "These dozen fruits are the giant bear fruit, the black panther fruit, the tiger fruit, the monkey fruit, the dog fruit. If you are interested in them, you can directly choose one of them and take it." Imperial Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. Everyone in the empire looked at each other, but no one spoke. Well, it seems that the fruit of the animal type alone is obviously not enough to make everyone present excited, so we need a little guinea pig. Imperial Orochimaru smiled. So, who is the candidate for the guinea pig? Imperial Tsunade asked. It's a rare devil fruit anyway, so it's not something you can just get casually. I heard that devil fruits can also work on animals. The problem of slow progress in the training of martial arts and haki by ninja beasts due to their different tendons and veins may be greatly improved through this. Everyone in the Inuzuka family, do you have any ideas? Imperial Orochimaru smiled and looked at the representative of the Inuzuka family among the senior executives. What doctor? Orochimaru said makes sense. I will contact the family right away. The head of the Inuzuka family said with his eyes lighting up. Shortly after, the ninja world's Inuzuka Kiba appeared in front of everyone with his beloved dog Akamaru. It's you. I thought it would be Kiba from this world. Orochimaru said with some surprise. I want to catch up with Brother Daiye and work for the Empire, but according to the current progress, this idea is really difficult, so I think taking the devil fruit should be a shortcut. Inuzuka Kibadu of the ninja world. Woof! Akamaru, the big dog beside him that was taller than his waist, barked. It's rare that you have this idea. His Majesty and everyone else will be proud of you. Well then, Inuzuka Kiba, please choose the fruit you want. The giant bear fruit, the black panther fruit, or this tiger fruit. Imperial Orochimaru pointed to the 3 best fruits one by one. The bear represents strength, defense. The leopard represents speed and agility. The tiger is in the middle. Although it is not as strong as the bear and not as fast as the leopard, it is known as the king of beasts, so I choose the tiger fruit. As the ninja world Inuzuka Kiba said this, he slowly walked to the tiger fruit and took it with one hand. Tiger fruit. It's pretty much what I guessed. Let's get started now. Let's see the magic of the devil fruit of World 3. Imperial Orochimaru said with a little anticipation. The other high-ranking officials of the Empire became alert at the same time, and they all stared at the ninja world's Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru beside him. Come on, Akamaru. Eat it and you'll gain great power. Then let's continue fighting side by side. Inuzuka Kiba from the ninja world carefully handed the tiger fruit to Akamaru's mouth. Wank! Akamaru barked and swallowed the fruit whole in one gulp. Then a dog's face showed an expression as if it had eaten, and it leaned forward and retched continuously. And at the same time of retching, Akamaru's body also began to undergo astonishing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body slowly swelled and the originally white fur began to turn orange, with black patterns appearing at the same time. At the same time, the hair becomes thicker and the limbs become stronger. The canine teeth in the mouth became thicker and protruded directly from the mouth, revealing the appearance of a ferocious beast. Woof! Roar! When Akamaru barked again, the tone of his voice was different. Ninja World in Uzumaki touched Akamaru's body with concern and said, "Are you okay?" Woof! Roar! Akamaru rubbed the body of Uzumaki from the Ninja World. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of other higher-ranking officials of the Empire. Is this the devil fruit? It's amazing it actually caused Akamaru to change so much in an instant. According to the descriptions of those people in World No. 3, Akamaru should have another transformed state Giba. Let Akamaru transform, so that we can take a closer look at the current Akamaru. It is good. Ninja World in Uzumaki responded and looked at Akamaru again. Woof! Roar! Akamaru barked. A humming sound began to come from his mouth. Then the body expanded again, from its original shoulder height of only 1.8 meters to 3 meters. The hair also grew rapidly, and the dog's tail became longer and thicker. At the same time, a word king appeared on its forehead, and sharp claws appeared on its forepalms. With a slight scratch, scratches appeared on the stone slabs on the ground. 153. Chapter 152 Entering the Pirate World 153. Woof! Roar! Akamaru growled. The violent sound waves spread, carrying with them a terrifying power. This is not over yet. After the roar, Akamaru's entire body began to be stained with a layer of black. Seeing this, Yamato couldn't help but be surprised. This is haki, and it seems that the strength of the haki is not weak, at least 2 or 3 stages. Did Akamaru have this level of haki before? No, before Akamaru, haki was only at the first stage in Uzumaki. From the Ninja World looked at Akamaru and was equally surprised. It seems haki and the fruit are a better match. Imperial Orochimaru laughed. It's a good discovery. Taking devil fruits can enhance one's domineering power. This alone is enough for us to pay attention to devil fruits. Imperial Scorpion also said. After that, let Akamaru and Kiba work together to show us Akamaru's power at this moment. The Inuzuka family representative said happily. The thousand-handed celestial being raised his arms lightly, and a group of people soon appeared in the forest outside the city. Hakamaru. Let everyone see your new power. Yadana! Uzumaki roared. Akamaru, transformed into a tiger, roared, his body covered with domineering aura, transformed into a tornado, and began to rush through the entire forest with an extremely violent attitude. Rumble! The terrifying wind force generated by the tiger-like rotation of Akamaru directly tore apart all the trees within dozens of meters around it. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn into pieces like tofu. But in the blink of an eye, the tiger turned into a red ball and plowed 1,000-meter-long ditch in the ground. Page 177. Woof! Roar! With another roar, the tiger transformed Chuan stopped fighting and stood up, relying entirely on the tiger-transformed strong hind legs. Then, he swung his right leg like a human. Shhhhhhhhhh. Air blades danced wildly, cutting all the trees hundreds of meters ahead into pieces. Woof! Roar! Tiger transformation. Akamaru's figure turned into a residual shadow and began to move across the ground, smashing all the trees and rocks that blocked his way. Yamato looked at Akamaru at this moment and said, as a native ninja beast, this strength is already very good. By the way, what level of strength did Akamaru previously have in the Empire's registration? Cage level first level, said in Uzumaki of the Ninja World. Cage level first Dan. If this happened in the past, it would have been extremely impressive. But now, it seems that I can't keep up with your improved strength, right? Yamato said. Yes, ever since I gained Haki more than 4 years ago, my strength has reached the peak of cage level, and Akamaru said in Uzumaki from the ninja world. The peak of the cage level, that is a power that surpasses the third Hokage and can deal with the 9 tails, which is like a natural disaster for a long time. If it were still the original ninja world 5 or 6 years ago, that was a power he could not even imagine. But since he joined the Empire, learned martial arts, and then learned Haki, his strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. At this time, the peak of the cage level can only be regarded as a good level of strength in the Empire, and is not considered a real strong man at all. The peak of cage level, if the ninja beasts also have strength that is not much different from yours, then you definitely have the strength to rival the beginner level of Super Cage, Yamato said again. Yes, said in Yuzukakiba of the ninja realm, with a moment of regret on his face, but soon, it was filled with excitement. I originally thought that it would take Akamaru a long time to reach the high level of cage, but I didn't expect just one devil fruit would cause its power to skyrocket. Now that Akamaru and I are working together, we will never lose to someone at the lower level of Super Cage. Congratulations, Tooth. Haha, this is just the beginning. When Akamaru fully adapts to the power of the Tiger Devil Fruit, his strength will become even stronger. I even heard that this fruit can be awakened. Once awakened, the power of the ability user will undergo earth-shaking changes. Imperial Orochimaru laughed. But the weakness is also obvious, that is, it is afraid of water. Imperial Itachi also spoke at this time. Being afraid of water is a problem, but as long as we master the ability to walk on water, it's actually not that bad. Besides, we also have the moon step that allows us to fly. Overall, the advantages of things like devil fruits definitely far outweigh the disadvantages. Everyone should know that this is only an animal-type devil fruit. In World 3, there are powerful natural-type devil fruits and mythical beast-type devil fruits. Imperial Scorpion Road. Everyone's expressions showed a hint of intention. They had seen the power of Roger and Kaido, who had come to the Empire before. He is just an ordinary human being, but he can rely on his own strength, and even the power of the devil fruit, to break through to a level that definitely does not belong to humans. There are hundreds of millions of people in the entire empire, and only a dozen or 20 people can defeat them. This kind of power would be envied by most people present. Devil fruits are really good and can bring great improvements to everyone. Let's take the remaining devil fruits back and study them carefully, and try to see if we can develop artificial devil fruits ourselves. If successful, it may be no less than the discovery and integration of a new world. The thousand-handed heavenly man said finally. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded and then said goodbye and left. Soon another 3 months passed. Boruto's main person in charge of studying devil fruits, Yamato, met Senju Tianren again, with a trace of helplessness on his face. Your Majesty, artificial devil fruits are probably impossible to create in our world, even with the information Kaido sent us. There is something crucial missing, which I guess is unique to Sea World. No. 3. Really, then I can only give up. It's not your fault. Thousand-handed heavenly being calmly accepted the bad news. Your Majesty, if we cannot research artificial devil fruits ourselves, Kaido's artificial devil fruits will become particularly important. I think we must let Kaido, or we ourselves, send more people to protect the artificial devil fruit factory. Yamato said again. The thousand-handed heavenly man was stunned when he heard this. Protecting the artificial devil fruit factory. If I remember correctly, it should be in the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, 2 years after Luffy went to sea. After training under the mediocre teacher Rayleigh and fighting with Doflamingo, he destroyed the artificial devil fruit factory. It's 3 in World No. 1520 now. The thousand-handed heavenly being asked. Yes, Your Majesty. 3 months have passed here, and a year and a half has passed there. Yamato said. Really? 1520, the thousand-handed heavenly man murmured. I thought of many things at once. Now what level of people can we send to World No? 3. Go to World No. 3. This your majesty, the time is probably far from ripe now. Although Kaido and his beasts pirates have been training. But the training level of other pirates is still very low, and World No. 3's acceptance of our world is not high. The total strength that can be transmitted should not exceed the middle section of the super shadow. Yamato said. Only the middle section of the super shadow. Senju Tianren frowned. I remember that those who have eaten devil fruits are more likely to be accepted by World No. 3. Yes, your majesty, if all those who have consumed devil fruits are transported, their strength should be able to be increased to the peak of super shadow, or even to the pseudo 6 paths level. But all the artificial animal-type fruits before were almost all given to the Inuzuka clan. What? Did the Inuzuka feed the devil fruits to the dogs? Don't they have anyone to take them themselves? There are people, but I think it would be better to send some reliable people to World 3 such as Nara Shikamaru, Kakashi and other Shikamaru. Kakashi. You mean from the Empire? Don't worry. Those who are originally from the ninja world are also very reliable candidates. You go inform them, and then have Naruto contact Kaido. The thousand-handed heavenly man said finally. Yes, your majesty. This time when we go to World No. 3, I have another task for them, the thousand-handed heavenly man said finally. I couldn't help but think of a man with a towel wrapped around his head and a drum on his back. One Piece World. Kaido, who was patrolling among a group of people with a mace in his hand, suddenly found that the watch on his wrist was flashing. This made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He thrust the mace into the ground and pressed the button on his watch with a smile on his face. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from the watch. The strong figure of Imperial Naruto appeared in the void in front of Kaido. Hey, Kaido, long time no see. After he finished speaking, he turned his head, glanced around, and then smiled. What about the people who are training their subordinates? They seem to be doing very well. Ha 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 ha. Naruto-sensei, long time no see. But I dare not forget your instructions, teacher, for a moment. Now all members of the Beast's Pirates have a very good grasp of chakra and martial arts. Divided according to the level of the Empire. Their ninja level should be between Chunin and Kage. Oh, are there shadows yet? It seems that there are still many good talents in the Beast's Pirates. Imperial Naruto said in surprise. Ha 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 ha. Naruto-sensei, although the seedlings under my command are pretty good. But I think the more important thing is due to my teaching. Naruto-sensei, I found a better teaching method than you and Uruka-sensei. Kaido laughed loudly, his words full of pride. Oh, what kind of education method? Imperial Naruto asked curiously. If Kaido really finds a better way of education, it will be a great help to the Empire. Ha ha ha. Naruto-sensei, you better watch this. Kaido laughed, then turned his gaze to his men who were training. His eyes moved around, and all the pirates had tense and nervous expressions until one pirate was 1 second behind the others when forming a seal. Kaido saw this, his eyes widened and he roared, Atra! You bastard! Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Thunder gossip! Kaido leaped up and hit the pirate who made the mistake with a stick above his head. Teacher Kaido! No! Pen! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. The stick hit the pirate right in the body, knocking him into the ground and making him pass out. Someone! Rescue him and continue training, Kaido said to everyone coldly. Among the group, some pirates immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat the unconscious pirates, while the other pirates continued to train. Seeing this, Kaido nodded with satisfaction, looked back at the Empire Naruto and smiled. Teacher Naruto, what do you think of my teaching method? It seems good, but it may only be suitable for people on your side. Imperial Naruto took a breath. Ah, how could that be? I remember there's a saying in the Empire that a good son is made under the stick. A strict teacher makes a good student, right? Teacher Aruka, Teacher Naruto, your teaching methods are a little too gentle, Kaido said. Page 178. In different parts of the world and different regions, education varies from person to person. Kaido, the education you developed is the most suitable for the people under your command, Imperial Naruto said. Isn't it? With the current strength of my men, I am sure that no one can be our opponent except for the navy that has come out in full force, Kaido said complacently, and then muttered quietly, Naruto-sensei, you really don't want to consider it? Forget it, Kaido Kayuke. Kaido looked regretful. Naruto-sensei, do you need another devil fruit this time? If so, I think I should apologize. The production at the factory can't keep up. Although the Empire has always been short of devil fruits. But this time, I'm not here to collect the debt. The main reason is that the Empire cannot produce fruits on its own, so I think your factory, Kaido, is particularly important, and I am going to send some people over to assist in the defense. Imperial Naruto said. What? Assist in defense? Kaido was a little surprised. Don't worry, Naruto-sensei, the factory is very safe. After all, I am one of the 4 emperors. No one in this world dares to attack my factory without any reason. Also, there is one of my collaborators there for protection. I'm sorry, Kaido, maybe what you said makes sense, but this is the order of His Majesty. Your Majesty's orders are absolute, Imperial Naruto said. Kaido saw that Naruto of the Empire was determined, and finally he could only say, is that so? I understand. Naruto-sensei, just come over. I'll have someone take you to the factory. Then I'll trouble you, Kaido. Imperial Naruto said the last sentence. Beside Kaido, a black vortex emerged and expanded rapidly. Then one figure after another walked out of the whirlpool. The leader was young, with a pineapple-like hairstyle and an impatient look on his face, muttering, "What a hassle. Why not just let the Inuzuka clan come? Why did they choose me? Stop complaining, Shikamaru. Are you unhappy to be here with us? Or do you really want to date Temari?" The man with face paint and dog ears then emerged from the whirlpool and continued, "Wenk." Then a huge beast that looked like both a dog and a cat came out. Then there appeared a fat man with a broad body. "Shikamaru, you are the commander of this mission, and almost all the people who came this time are from our side. His Majesty allowed us to come here, so we must not let him down." I know. Trouble. Pineapple Head continued to complain. Then 10 men and women, also carrying wild beasts, finally emerged from the whirlpool. 154. Chapter 153 Mission Target. Sky Island. 154. Look at these men and women. Kaido glanced at the whirlpool again and said, "Are these the only ones? Teacher, you're not coming? As for me, it's more important to guard against the Otsutsuki. Kaido, please take good care of them from now on," Imperial Naruto said. "Don't worry, Naruto-sensei. They are your companions and therefore mine as well." Kaido grinned. He turned his gaze towards Shikamaru and said, "Friends of Naruto-sensei, my name is Kaido, the captain of the Beast's Pirates and one of the 4 emperors of this world. I don't know what your names are yet. My name is Shikamaru, his name is Inuzuka Kiba, his name is Choji, his name is Shikamaru," lazily introduced the companions who came with him to Kaido. "Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba, Choji, welcome, boys. The training is over now. Prepare a welcome dinner immediately. Don't come back until you're drunk." Kaido raised his mace high and roared. "Oh!" A group of pirates from the Beast's Pirates roared. That's when a white stream of light suddenly shot out from a distance and went directly into the vortex. This sudden change made everyone present stunned. Shikamaru raised his eyebrows and said, "That one just now. That's my stupid son Yamato," Kaido said with an unhappy look on his face. "Son? The one just now, I was not mistaken, it should be a girl, right?" Shikamaru recalled the girl's exaggerated figure and subconsciously covered his nose. Fortunately, he didn't bleed from his nose. In this world, men are all big, so why are women the same? And they are big and yet their faces are so beautiful. Isn't it too weird? That's because Yamato has a masculine character, so Mr. Kaido prefers to call her a son rather than a daughter. Jaehin explained. Is that so? Shikamaru shrugged. Naruto-sensei, I leave my stupid son in your care, Kaido said to Imperial Naruto. Ah, I understand. I will send her back next month. Send him back. Forget it for now. My stupid son has always regarded himself as an enemy I once killed. If he comes back, he will only cause trouble for me. After that, let her stay well in the Empire. You think of yourself as your enemy? This is a cognitive disorder. Don't worry, Kaido, as long as you are in the Empire, there is no soldier that cannot be cured. Wait for me to bring you a healthy daughter next time. Imperial Naruto finally gave Kaido a thumbs up. Wooloo, thank you so much, Naruto-sensei. Kaido laughed. Kaido still believes in Naruto's abilities. Night. The entire Beast's pirates gathered together, each holding up their wine glasses, talking loudly and laughing wildly. Kaido, King, and other higher-ranking members of the pirate group gathered around Shikamaru and the others, complimenting them and joking with them. Some people who had been paying attention were shocked. Hey, are you from another world? At some point, Runny, wearing a mask and with horns on her head, quietly came to Ye and said. Ye, who had just had a drinking contest with the Beast's pirates, was stunned by the laughter. He glanced at Runty and his eyes lit up as he said, Oh, beautiful lady, you have good taste. You actually saw through it at first sight. Ye speaks in a gentle tone. Ye felt extremely close to Runty's long horns and the animal aura all over her body. I want to learn about your world. I've heard about it from Master Kaido and Boss Jin before. Over there, everyone is as powerful as a monster. Is this true? Are all people really that powerful? Runty asked. At some point, Runty's younger brother Peggy Wan also ran to her side and stared at Ye with burning eyes. As powerful as a monster? Ha, that's not wrong. Ye laughed loudly and continued. Do you know Namikaze Naruto? Yes, it was from the conversation with Kaido-sensei before. We heard Kaido-sensei say before that the strong man who taught him ninjutsu and martial arts was one of the top 5 strong men on your side. It seems one person can easily defeat our entire Beast's pirates. Runty looked extremely serious. This is truly a power beyond imagination. If this wasn't what Teacher Kaido said, we wouldn't dare to believe it. Peggy Wan said. That's right. That's amazing. The other pirates nearby also praised. Ha. Of course. We Imperials are just so awesome. Ha. So, you should also practice ninjutsu and martial arts well. Maybe you can become so strong in the future. Ye laughed. Well, so you must be very powerful too? Rundy said. A pair of big eyes kept flashing. Me, that's for sure. You know Dai Naruto-kun, so you should know Uzumaki Naruto, right? Ye looked smug. I've heard of him. He's one of the top 10 strong men on your side. One of them is enough to defeat the strong men of the 4 emperors. Ha. Not bad. Uzumaki Naruto almost lost to me before. Thinking back to the time when we fought each other, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the wind and clouds turned upside down. If it weren't for a small accident, I would have defeated him. What a pity. Ye looked regretful. Runty makes your eyes brighter. Amazing, what's so great about that? I still lost in the end. Ye shook his head, but he felt even more proud in his heart. Many of his companions beside him listened to his words and shook their heads secretly. Page 179. The Chunin exams caused mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and the situation turned upside down? You're so lucky to say that. With just that little bit of strength, who among the people present was not stronger than you at that time? Wu Fakamaru lowered his head in shame after hearing this. Come on. drink, eat. Kaido sat in the main seat, shouting and yelling, pouring wine into his mouth. Shikamaru on the side drank a few sips and couldn't help but speak. Mr. Kaido, do you know where Sky Island is? Sky Island. Mr. Shikamaru is going to Sky Island? Kaido asked, stopping his drinking. Yes, before we met you, we had heard some legends about Sky Island from many pirates, so we were a little curious and wanted to go and take a look. Ha ha ha, it's rare that the people of the Empire would be interested in us. Of course I know about Sky Island, but it's a world 10,000 meters above the sky, and it's not easy to get up there. Even if you have the moon steps, Kaido said. Mr. Kaido, aren't you underestimating the Empire's technology? Shikamaru said. Oh, technology. It seems that the Empire is also good at this. Then I would like to see how everyone is going to log into Sky Island. The Beasts, pirates, and Konoha's advance troops got along harmoniously. Simultaneously. Empire, in a room surrounded by metal walls. Yamato suddenly appeared. She looked at the people around her who were looking at her, and couldn't help but grinned and said, Hey. Hello everyone, I'm Kazuki Oden. I came here this time to learn the unique abilities you taught Kaido. Recover the land of Wano. Please teach me, she said, bowing deeply. The others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Until Imperial Naruto appeared beside Yamato, put a hand on her, and 2 water handcuffs and leg cuffs appeared to lock Yamato. Then, under Yamato's surprised gaze, he said to everyone, Send this girl to Yongsan Mental Hospital. Her father said that this girl is mentally ill and we need to treat her. Yes, everyone responded. Then they surrounded Yamato. Seeing this, Yamato couldn't help but shout, Hey, 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 what are you doing? Damn it, let me go, let me go. I just want to learn your techniques, defeat Kaido and restore Wano country. Even if you don't want to teach, you don't have to do this. Let me go. Shortly after, Yamato was completely restrained by a steel chair. Facing a doctor in a white coat, he kept roaring, Damn it. I told you I'm Kazuki Oden. No matter how many times you ask. I'm Kazuki Oden. Her voice fell hum. A strong electric current immediately erupted in the surroundings, causing Yamato, who was already weakened by the water, to tremble continuously. You are really tenacious. Your father and grandson seemed normal, but why do you have cognitive impairment? Did you inherit it from your mother? A man in a white coat with a 3:7 split hair and wearing glasses said. Wow, no matter what, I'm Kazuki Oden. You guys, don't even think about changing my free will. The electric current continued to run wild in Yamato's body, eventually knocking him unconscious. Looking at the fainted Yamato, the man in the white coat frowned even more tightly. You are unexpectedly tenacious, but I, Yang Yongxing, am an expert on mental illness. The Empire's Lightning King, I don't believe that I can't cure you. Humph. Strange woman, you have successfully aroused my curiosity. Now let us decide the winner. The white coat's eyes burned with a flame of fighting spirit. Early next morning. Ghost Island. The Beasts pirates gathered together, each staring at the people of the Empire in front of them. Compared with yesterday, everyone in the Empire, even the dogs, are dressed obviously differently today. Their entire bodies, except for their heads, are wrapped in a layer of black armor. Behind their shoulders, 2 pairs of light wings spread out, and white particles are diffused. Mr. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. This is our Empire's technological weapon, exoskeleton combat armor. The ability to fly is just the basics. Shikamaru laughed. A kind of flying machine. I have seen this before, but this kind of thing usually requires energy, right? The distance from here to Sky Island and the Devil Fruit Factory is at least 1,000 miles. It will be very troublesome if there is no supply along the way. Kaido reminded. Mr. Kaido, since you know that flying machines consume energy, don't you know that thing in the sky is the world's largest energy source? Shikamaru smiled and pointed his finger at the dazzling sphere in the sky. The sun good. For the Empire, the energy of the sun is a very useful resource. Shikamaru smiled at last and slowly rose into the air with everyone else. With them were 2 pirates sent by Kaido the King of Beasts to act as tour guides. They screamed and were taken into the air under the control of the exoskeleton's artificial intelligence system. Whether it's the strength of individuals or the level of technological sophistication, it seems the Empire is far superior to our world. The armor they wear is called exoskeleton, and they fly very fast, so they should be able to reach their destination in a day or 2. Kaido sighed, looking at the people of the Empire getting farther and farther away. Sky Island. Robin. A scream was heard, accompanied by a sharp thunder. Enelu slowly withdrew his fingers. Directly opposite him, a beautiful woman with dark skin and wearing a sun hat fell down slowly in pain. Step, hurried footsteps were heard. Zoro quickly approached, caught the fallen Robin, and glared at Enelu with a bad look. She is a woman. Humph, you can tell at a glance, Enelu said disdainfully. Zoro said nothing, ran towards Enel, and slashed at him with both swords. Brush. 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 Several consecutive sword strikes, sharp blades strong enough to cut through steel, pierced through Enel's body without causing any harm to him. Enel grinned and slowly stretched out his hands towards Zoro. 2,000 million volts discharge. When the last 2 words were uttered, a deep blue light flashed. Wow! After being hit, Zoro couldn't help but scream and fell to the ground with smoke all over his body. Damn, it is this the ability of the nature fruit? I can't hit it at all. How can I defeat such an enemy? Zoro fell to the ground and murmured unwillingly not far away. Nami watched the scene in horror, trembling all over. The Enelu in front of him, although only making a few moves, demonstrated the overwhelming power of the natural devil fruit ability. It almost makes people lose resistance. Nami secretly cursed in her heart. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Only if we fall to the ground can we defeat this guy called Enelu, or how can we escape if we fall to the ground? Nami stared at Enel and watched him grinning and reaching out to Zoro again, feeling extremely nervous. If he were to be attacked again, Zoro would probably lose his fighting power completely, and they would be completely defeated. But how can I stop this from happening by falling to the ground? I can't think of the answer at all. Rumble. A loud roar interrupted the tense moment. Everyone turned their heads to look at the same time. Only above the sea of clouds, a group of 20 or so people wearing armor and with wings of light on their backs and dogs. They actually flew straight towards us. Meet this group of people. Enelu frowned. Another bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. Die. God's judgment. Enelu waved his right hand and a huge bolt of lightning shot out. This action made Nami sweat on her forehead, and she thought to herself, these guys are finished now. Might be an opportunity. I must find a way to escape with Robin and Zoro. Chapter 154. She immediately decided to look for an opportunity. As a result, the 20 or so people and dogs flying over suddenly increased their speed, dodged the attack of God's punishment, and landed beside them. The lightning columns continued to sweep over. The leader, a man with a pineapple haircut and a lazy face, gently clasped his hands together. 155. Chapter 154. The Power of Ninjutsu. The Frightened Pirates. 155. Shadow Shield. The shadow on the ground turned into a shield. Float in front of everyone. Lightning struck it, and countless lightning arcs began to flash and splash wildly. Many houses around were destroyed and set on fire, but the shadow shield still did not break through. Another person with special abilities, one that can control shadows. Humph, it seems pretty good, but it's far inferior to me. My thunder and lightning is the strongest. Only I am worthy of being called God, Enelu muttered disdainfully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But I still didn't take it seriously. Nami also looked at this scene with some surprise. Pineapple Head calmly looked at Enelu, who was attacking him, and said, controlling the power of thunder, "It seems that you are Enelu. Oh, have the people in the surface world also heard of my name? Why? Are you my admirers and want to join my army?" Enelu said with interest. "Recruit yourself to me. You are so arrogant, kid. Do you know who we belong to? Are you worthy enough to let us take refuge?" A pirate guide from the Beast's Pirates looked at Enelu with disdain, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. The pirate's voice was so loud that it shook the air and even woke up Robin, who had just fainted. Robin. Seeing Robin waking up, Nami and the fallen Zoro both shouted with some joy. What's going on?" Robin was a little confused when he saw the 20 or so people and dogs wearing exoskeletons around him. "What happened to me? Did I just faint? How long have I been unconscious? Why are there so many strange guys? What exactly is going on now?" Nami trotted over to Robin and whispered in her ear, explaining the situation. "Humph. I don't care who you are. You should all remain humble in front of God. Otherwise you will be punished by God." Enelu smiled indifferently. He had no interest in the people under the Sky Island. "Idiot. I'm from the Beast's Pirates. Do you really want to die? How dare you talk to us like that?" The pirate guide of the Beast's Pirates shouted again. A ferocious face. Enelu, Zoro, Nami, and some of the surrounding indigenous people had no idea what was going on. "I'm just worried about this arrogant minion." However, Robin, who had once been a partner of Crocodile and had a lot of information under his control, had his pupils shrank drastically and trembled all over as he said, "The Beast's Pirates. Are you a member of the Beast's Pirates?" "Oh, among a group of country bumpkins, there is finally someone with some knowledge," said the minion with some pride. "Robin, what's wrong with you? The Beast's Pirates, are they famous?" Feeling Robin's slightly trembling body, Nami couldn't help but ask. Others also turned their eyes to the dark-skinned beauty who had just awakened. More than just famous, the Beast's Pirates are almost to the point where normal pirates can't help but know about them. Robin took a deep breath. The group of people were startled and looked at the sudden group of people with more serious eyes. "It's impossible for a normal pirate not to know this. But we just don't know." Nami frowned. The pirate henchman of the Beast's Pirates showed anger on his face and was about to shout. Shikamaru stretched out his hand to stop him, looking at Robin, Nami, and the others lazily. "So you're not a normal pirate?" Robin was too exhausted to complain. "Zoro must not know either," Nami said firmly. "I do not know." Zoro shook his head. "So he's not a normal pirate either." Robin looked devastated. Where are the normal pirates in the Straw Hat Pirates he follows? An idealistic, boyish captain. A person with poor sense of direction whose only thought is exercise. A thief who only cares about money. A cook whose mind is filled with only women. And a long nose that likes to lie, and a timid reindeer. What exactly is the Beast's Pirates? Robin, please explain it clearly. Nami rolled her eyes. The so-called Beast's Pirates are the pirate group of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Do you know what the 4 emperors mean? Those are the 4 most powerful pirate leaders in the New World. Each of them is like an emperor ruling over the entire ocean. Even the Navy recognized their status and rule and did not dare to start a war with them easily. It represents the strongest. Robin explained solemnly. Nami opened her mouth in surprise. Is he stronger than that Shichibukai? She thought of the sand crocodile, dancing with the sand and looking almost invincible. Of course, the Shichibukai are all under the command of the Navy, so how can they be compared with the 4 emperors? Robin nodded. Nami swallowed. Even Zoro was surprised, stronger than the 7 warlords of the sea. He thought of Hawkeye. Humph. The four emperors? In front of God, they are nothing but mortals. Enel looked proud and struck the drum on his back with the golden stick in his hand. Boom! 3,000 million volt monster. Ouch! Exclamation. Countless azure thunders transformed into a gigantic thunder beast, roaring and rushing towards Shikamaru and the others. You bastard, you actually dared to look down on Master Kaido. And you even dared to attack us. I think you are tired of living. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Mr. Kaido. The minions of the beast's pirates were extremely angry. About to take action. Ninjaga was the first to jump out. Ahaha. Interesting nature type devil fruit. Let me try it. Is your nature type lightning powerful, or is my ninjutsu stronger? Yes said, clasping his hands together. Thunder release. Thunder dragon tornado. Lightning burst out from his body, turning into a thunder tornado and flying towards Enel's thunder beast. What? Another user of the thunder fruit. Nami and Zoro exclaimed. Robin frowned. How can this be? Enel was so scared that his mouth opened wide and snot came out. He stared with wide eyes at the two thunder monsters colliding with each other. Boom! Exclamation, exclamation, a violent and dazzling light burst out. The two thunder beasts were in a stalemate for only a moment before his thunder dragon tornado was defeated. Enel's thunder beast continued to fly towards Fang. Boom! The violent explosion and lightning completely submerged the tooth. See this? Enel calmed down a bit and laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Although I don't know what means you used to be able to use the power that only gods can use, but a fake is always a fake. There is only one God from beginning to end. You can't beat me. Ha ha ha. Under God's punishment, turn into charcoal. As expected, Enel's lightning ability is stronger. As expected of a guy who calls himself a god and has ruled Sky Island for many years. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt a little regretful. Robin frowned and glanced at his accomplices. Actually, none of them were worried. Is this confidence in his companions? Or are they all just a bunch of cold-blooded guys? Page 181. Crack. The last lightning disappeared, and the surrounding light returned to a level that could be seen directly. I saw the fangs that had just been hit by the 3,000 million volt thunder beast, padded lightly, and the smoking body. Yes, is this the ability of the thunder fruit? As expected, ordinary lightning can't defeat you at all. Enel's nose started running again and he screamed in horror. Why aren't you afraid of my thunder and lightning? This is impossible. He took a few steps back in horror. Enel's lightning why has no effect on this man? Nami muttered. You used haki? Robin, who was well informed, looked at the black body of Yana and said, Heroic? What is that? Nami yelled. Enelu. Zoro pricked up his ears. All humans have a potential power. This power is an innate ability. Momentum, murderous intent, fighting spirit. When you manipulate these invisible senses, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful power is called domineering. The armament haki, in addition to greatly enhancing destructive power, can also greatly increase defensive capabilities, and even can hit the so-called elemental, allowing the user to be fearless of natural devil fruits. Robin explained. Against the nature devil fruit, Zoro, who was lying on the ground, had his eyes light up. He saw hope of defeating the natural system again. You look so impressive. Nami opened her mouth. The other people on Sky Island seemed to understand what was going on. Enelu laughed and said disdainfully, What a joke. Targeting nature-type devil fruits. Targeting my abilities? Ridiculous. I am a god. God cannot be defeated by anything. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. He roared and was about to attack again, but his figure instantly became blurred and turned into an afterimage, and then his real body appeared in front of Enelu. As Enelu prepared to hit the shoulder drum, his pupils contracted and he couldn't help but think to himself that it was so fast. Boom. A powerful punch came straight to his face. Enel subconsciously used elementalization result pen. Exclamation, exclamation, this heavy punch hit him squarely in the face. Enel's face was distorted, saliva was flying, and several teeth were knocked out. The whole person was hit so hard that he flew nearly 100 meters away. A tunnel was plowed out in the ground and thick smoke rose up. Around them, Nami and other Sky Islanders opened their eyes wide and screamed in horror, Hit him and he's flying. Enel was knocked away. How can this be? How on earth did this man do it? So strong. Zoro's eyes lit up and he became more concerned about the so-called domineering. As expected, there are no weaklings among the beast's pirates. These overlords of the New World are too strong for people outside the New World, Robin whispered. Hey, you long-eared man who calls himself God, are you okay? I didn't use you much just now. You won't die, will you? That would put us in a lot of trouble. His frantic voice sounded, and his spirits were high. The feeling of bullying the weak is unexpectedly good. He increasingly understood why everyone liked to pretend so much. Damn you bastard. You've completely pissed off God. 200 million volt Thor. Enelu's extremely angry voice rang out. A strong lightning exploded. A thunder giant broke through the smoke and appeared in front of everyone. Around it, countless thunders leaped and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Change. 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 This guy Enel is not that easy to deal with after all. I have a very bad feeling. Let's run away. A group of Sky Island natives were frightened, and many of them began to move away. Nami's expression also became more anxious. You guys who dare to challenge God, die! Enelu roared, and as the incarnation of the god of thunder, he opened his hand and countless lightning bolts began to shoot forward. The surrounding buildings were destroyed in an instant and the ground dissolved. The dazzling lightning is impossible to look directly at. Shikamaru and the others who faced thunder directly also showed surprise. As expected of this mission target, the thunder fruit does have a different reaction. If one were to resist this level of attack with the flesh, there would probably be only a few dozen people in the entire empire who could do it. And judging from his opinion, it's obviously not very good. Shikamaru muttered, however using ninjutsu to deal with it is another matter. Earth escape, earth flow, city wall. Shikamaru clapped his hands together gently. The words fell. A thick earth wall quickly rose up on the ground in front of him. Rumble. Strong and terrifying electric currents struck above, continuously dissolving the land while the land was also slowly repairing itself, making it impossible for the thunder to advance an inch. Damn it! You actually have the power to control the earth. Are you the gods of the earth? Enelu was a little angry and a little shaken. Nami exclaimed, the power of the earth, is it the earth fruit? Is this also a natural power? No, that's not right. The man just used the power of the shadow, and then he used the power of the earth. How could this be? Why can this man use two different powers? It is impossible to possess two powers at the same time unless Robin took over Nami's words and his expression became more serious. Unless what? Robin. Unless it's the same power as Roger the Pirate King. The power from another world called ninjutsu. These people, have they mastered ninjutsu? Robin yelled, call out. Oh, you are indeed a well-informed lady. Besides knowing about the beast's pirates, you also know about ninjutsu. Not bad. Shikamaru's voice rang out from behind the earth wall. It's indeed a ninjutsu in this case. Enel is sure to lose. Robin said. You're doomed to lose? Are you kidding me? Even if you are the god who controls the earth, you can't beat me who controls thunder. Enel yelled, and the giant thunder god incarnated floated up and raised his right hand again. God's water release, great waterfall technique. Shikamaru leaped out from behind the earth wall and opened his mouth to spit out a huge amount of flood water. Enelu was startled and quickly changed his ability and flew into the sky. Although Enelu dodged it, the people on the ground had no ability to dodge. A large number of people were directly washed away. Nami hugged Zoro and Robin and was blocked by a house. While resisting the impact of the flood, she couldn't help shouting, "What the hell is this, these people? Why can anyone use this kind of ability? Isn't this too foul?" 156. Chapter 155, Spreading Ninjutsu, The Chaotic Sea. 156. This is ninjutsu. Those who master ninjutsu can use various abilities such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, and as long as one controls the power of water, then he will become a natural enemy to all those who have this ability. A person with special abilities can hardly defeat someone who has mastered ninjutsu. Cough, cough, cough. By the end of Robin's explanation, he was coughing as the flood filled his mouth. Damn it. Why? Why do you have access to so many abilities? Who the hell are you? Enelu couldn't hold it anymore and flew above the flood, shouting in panic. Shadow escape, thousand head binding. Shikamaru from the ninja world did not respond, but the earth wall under him and his own shadow split into thousands and shot towards Luffy. Enel subconsciously used elementalization to try to dodge. As a result, the moment these shadows touched him, they fixed him firmly in the air, making him unable to move. Damn it! God won't fail like this. He roared and began to blast lightning again. From above, an indifferent voice sounded. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon swooped down from the sky and threw Enelu into the flood. After a while, he was soaked all over and lay powerlessly on the ground, watching the 20 or so figures slowly flying down from the earth wall, and muttered, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, how could I lose to a bunch of you guys? I'm a god, a god." Page 182. He wanted to continue to use his abilities, but he was soaked in water and couldn't do anything. Hey! Isn't this result inevitable? You are just the god of thunder who controls the lightning. But we are the gods who control shadows, earth, floods, and thunder. It would be strange if a powerful god like you couldn't defeat him, right? It teased. Hearing this, Enelu fell silent for a moment before saying, "That's right, your power is greater than mine, so you are the gods here. Now what? You gave up? Are you ready to give up the Sky Island?" Unfortunately, our goal from the beginning to the end was not Sky Island, but you, Enelu. He narrowed his eyes. As for me, what exactly do you want to do? Enel's heart was beating fast. The thunder fruit is a very powerful fruit. It would be a waste if you were to waste it like this. Shikamaru said, and the shadow behind him turned into a giant hand and lifted Enelu up. Holding Robin, Zoro, Nami saw this and said in a panic, "Enelu lost, such a strong guy actually lost so easily. These guys from the Beast's Pirates are too scary. Robin, Zoro, I think we have to hide." As she spoke, she carried the two of them and moved towards the house that had been flooded. But it's only halfway there. A voice sounded, "Hey, orange-haired woman over there, don't be so scared of us. Do we look that scary? Ah, we've been discovered." Nami screamed. The hairs on her body stood up. She turned her head stiffly, showing an awkward smile, and said, "Ah ha 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 ha, hello, I just got wet and feel a little cold. Hey, pretty lady, even though many of us here look weird and are from the Beast's Pirates, most of us are good people." Ye grinned at Nami, scaring her so much that her legs started shaking. "Well, good people, of course, I believe you are good people." Nami trembled. "Ha ha ha ha, funny little girl, can you do us a favor?" Ye laughed. You just say it, go and gather as many people as possible from this island. We have something to announce." "Ah, oh, Nami responded and wanted to leave with Zoro and Robin. "Woman, the two next to you stay here. I didn't say you can take them away." "Yes, said." "Oh," Nami responded and looked at Zoro and Robin. "Go, Nami, we'll be fine," Robin said with a slight smile. Nami then left. Shikamaru and the others just kept waiting until several hours passed. People from all over the Sky Island came one after another, almost filling up the area around them. At least thousands of people came. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and others have also arrived. They looked anxious when they saw Robin and Zoro, who were being brought along by Shikamaru and others. Zoro. Robin. Are you okay? You damn bastards, if you dare to bully Robin, I will beat you to death. Luffy and Sanji yelled. He went towards Shikamaru and the others. Nami quickly punched both of them on the head. Idiot. Didn't I tell you? These guys are the monsters that defeated Enel. Do you think you can beat them? Be quiet. The two of them screamed, looked at Nami with some grievance, and became a little more obedient. Ha! You are quite similar to Naruto, equally impulsive and stupid. Kiba muttered as he looked at Luffy, and saw in him the younger version of Naruto from the ninja world. Dear members of the Beast's Pirates, you asked Nami to find some Sky Island residents for you, and now they are almost here. Can you tell me what you want to do? Robin spoke up at this time. Let everyone in the Empire focus their attention again. Shikamaru smiled lazily and said, What on earth do you do? It's simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to spit out flames, lightning, storms, water columns, and earth cannons into the sky one after another, leaving the crowd stunned. What kind of power is this? Why can someone use this kind of power? Is this guy the real god? So awesome, Luffy shouted with his eyes wide open. Sanji finished smoking the cigarette in his mouth. Don't they say that there can only be one kind of devil fruit ability? This kind of power, do you want it? Shikamaru looked at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Robin shuddered and said in disbelief, What did you say? I'm saying, do you want this kind of power? If you do, I can send someone to stay and teach you. Shikamaru said. What? Teach us this power? Is this true? Can this kind of power be taught? If we learn it, can we become more powerful than Enelu? If we learn it, won't we become godlike beings? The residents of Sky Island were all excited. No, it's unlikely, right? We don't even know it. Why would you teach us? Nami was confused. She could never have imagined that the pineapple-headed man in front of her asked her to call for help because of this matter. This is great, right? Not only does he help them defeat Enel, but he also wants to teach them powerful abilities. Sanji and Zoro's eyes flickered. Luffy shouted happily, Teach us to use such a powerful ability? You guys are really good people. No, impossible. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What exactly is your purpose? Why do you want to teach us this ability? This ability is extremely valuable no matter what. Robin shook his head repeatedly. Why? If I must say, this world is too boring. Shikamaru said. Too boring? That's right, apart from Haki and Fruit ability, there are no other abilities and the whole world structure is consolidated by this. I hope that the world will change. That requires a lot of external force and unexpected power. So, you should understand a little bit now, right? Shikamaru said. I see. Robin was a little confused. I've heard before that the members of the Beast's Pirates are a group of fearless guys. Now it seems that it is true after that. Shikamaru left alone to teach Sky Island and the Straw Hat Pirates. He took Enelu and left. On the way back, he would often show off his prowess in front of people and then stay behind to teach them ninjutsu. Time passes slowly. News of the first half of the Grand Line spread quickly. More and more people who heard about this matter continued to gather. No one can resist this extraordinary power. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Vando. High-rise conference room. Jan Guo sat in the main seat, looked at the people around him with a serious face and said, You all should know what happened, right? What do you think? What do you think? Isn't this great? Ha ha ha. When everyone becomes stronger, we will be able to fight against pirates and protect ourselves. Ha 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 ha. Cap laughed as he stuffed a donut into his mouth. Garp. You bastard, you're still making sarcastic remarks at this time? Powerful force has been the source of cholera since ancient times. While ordinary people have mastered it, the pirates have also mastered it. Sengoku looked at Garp's eccentric look and roared angrily. Ahaha, but it has already happened. Think about it on the bright side, Sengoku. Garp laughed. Damn it. This was supposed to be a new power controlled by our navy, but I didn't expect someone to share this power with us when we were least prepared. This will increase the difficulty of our fight against pirates. I propose immediately send people to arrest all those bastards who spread ninjutsu. Sakazuki punched the long table with an extremely violent fist and roared. This may have been thought of before, but no one expected it to happen so soon. Everything was under control. Who could have thought that someone would do such a thing? Page 183. Lieutenant General, he sighed a little. The people from the Beast's pirates are so scary. Kizaru spread his hands. Those guys, are they doing this to cause trouble for us? Aokiji frowned. The more troublesome thing now is that ninjutsu has leaked out of the Beast's pirates as early as a year and a half ago. The Beast's pirates had already learned the in-depth and simple methods and closed the Onigashima road. Now it seems that they are most likely learning this new power, and if I am right, all members of the Beast's pirates should have learned ninjutsu and recruited a large number of people to learn together. Lieutenant General, he said again. The expressions of the people present changed. Kaido is a madman. What good will this do to him? Akenu gritted his teeth in anger. That madman is the kind of guy who only wants the world to be in chaos. Janguo sighed. Originally, the power of ninjutsu was only circulated and learned by those above the rank of Major General. Now it seems that we must change our policy and allow more people to learn it. Otherwise it will be difficult for the Navy to suppress the unrest in the sea. Lieutenant General, he said. That's all it can do. As the high-level meeting ended, the practice of ninjutsu also became popular among the Navy. A month later, Punk Hazard Island, Artificial Devil Fruit Factory. Monet knelt on one knee, his body covered by a layer of water, looking ugly. Next to him, Shikamaru from the ninja realm looked at her lazily and said, "We have taken over this place now. Do you understand? If you want to resist, as long as you defeat us, we will leave." Damn it, you guys do this. Aren't you afraid of the young master's revenge? Monet said. Young master? In front of our teacher Kaido, Doflamingo is nothing. Lord Shikamaru said to collect, so he will collect. If you don't accept it, come and try. The minions of the Beast's pirates roared. That's right. If you don't want to be destroyed, you better behave yourself. Another minion also roared. This made Monet look even worse, and he didn't dare to say anything else. The words Beast's pirates and Kaido are enough to scare anyone. Moreover, she also knew that King had gone to Dressrosa alone and easily defeated a group of cotters including the young master. So the Beast's pirates were definitely not someone they could provoke. A quarter of an hour later, in the luxurious private room, Caesar said with a flattering look, "Shill you all if you all have nothing else to do, I will take my leave first." Wait a minute, Caesar Killing, the chief research scientist of artificial devil fruits. You don't have to be so respectful to us. We always give generous preferential treatment to those who are capable. And we will try to help fulfill your wishes. Caesar Krant, tell us your wish. Shikamaru called out to Caesar, who was about to leave Desire. That's right, tell me, you are different from others. Caesar hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, I want to build weapons of mass destruction and admire their power. That's it? Yeah. No problem. Once the artificial devil fruit is stable, you can do this kind of work. Shikamaru nodded and watched Caesar leave. You bastards. What on earth do you want to do by locking me up here? Next to him, Enel's roar also sounded. Be quiet, you'll know soon. Shikamaru just smiled. Until another month passed. Enel's chest was pierced by the shadow. His face was distorted with pain. He looked at Shikamaru in disbelief and said, You have held me captive for so long tightly just to kill me. If this is your purpose, why didn't you kill me at the beginning? Enelu couldn't figure it out. Why? Of course it's because a certain key technology was not developed before, but now it's different. Shikamaru smiled. 157. Cut. After thinking about it, I decided to give it a try. I just got married recently, and I was publishing my saved manuscripts when I got married. After the marriage, my grandfather fell ill and was hospitalized. There were a lot of things to do, and my grades dropped a lot. The main reason was that Naruto was adapted into One Piece, and it was not well written. This should be the result of many fan works casually transferring to other fields. It is easy to die suddenly. I was one of those who died suddenly. There are not many people left to read the books, so after thinking about it, I decided to give it a try. As for the next book, I will still write it, but I can't say whether it will be under this account or a different one. After thinking about it, I added a simple ending. 158. Finale. Season finale. When talking about cutting, everyone hopes that Naruto will end directly. I thought about it and decided to write more and briefly describe the ending. After defeating Enelu, Shikamaru and others from the ninja world went to the Devil Fruit Factory Smile and became the owners of the factory. This matter reached Mingo's ears. The other party was afraid of the beast's pirates and did not dare to turn against Shikamaru and others in the ninja world. Not long after, the Empire made new progress in the research of devil fruits. They mastered the secret of killing devil fruit users and regenerating the fruit. They killed Enel, seized the thunder fruit, and fed it to the Empire's Kakashi, helping him to break through from the peak of Super Shadow to the initial level of 6 paths. Then, because of the wanton spread of ninjutsu by people like Shikamaru in the ninja world and the large-scale learning of the Navy and pirates during the War of Marine, the Empire had more people able to go to the pirate world and sent many strong men in the Super Shadow stage to join the War of Marine together with the Beast's pirates. He took action when Blackbeard was about to kill Whitebeard, ending the battlefield, and kidnapped Blackbeard to take the dark fruit and the trimmer fruit. The two powerful fruits allowed Empire Rock Lee, Empire Shikamaru, and others to break through to the 6 paths, the peak level of Super Shadow. During the Battle of Marineford, the people of the Empire demonstrated the extremely high strength of their combined ninjutsu, which made the people of the world pay more attention to them. The power of the ninja world continued to invade the pirate world, and the time soon came to 2 years later. Although Luffy and his crew have become much stronger than in the original work due to the existence of ninjutsu, they wanted to destroy the Devil Fruit Factory Smile when dealing with Mingo, but were taught a lesson by the people of the Empire and finally retreated. Then they went to Onigashima and were severely beaten by Kaido. Even after transforming into Nika, they were no match for Kaido, and their journey as pirates was cut off. Seeing that the time was ripe, the Empire sent Naruto and Sasuke, 2 people from the ninja world who had already formed overwhelming strength against everyone in the pirate world, to conquer the pirate world and make it a branch base of the Empire. Afterwards, the Empire discovered some anime worlds and seized the unique abilities of several anime worlds. The people of the Otsutsuki home planet finally discovered the abnormality in the ninja world and came to investigate. But it was too late. The strength of each person in the Empire was beyond imagination, and the Otsutsuki people were no match for them. Even when they finally joined forces to create the Otsutsuki god again, they were defeated by the power of the Empire and the protagonist. That's basically the story. It's shortened to the extreme to give a simple explanation. Although it's still not good, it's better than just cutting it out directly. Alright legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.